I make all my songs live on Twitch. You can check that out in the link down below.
Hello. How's it going? How is everyone? Are you having a good Thursday? Or at least I hope it's a Thursday. I'm not really good at understanding time, but I think it might be a Thursday. Also, I'm looking really short, so let's in big in a bit. Hey, Chicken Tears, how's it going? I am very well, Nova. Thank you. I'm not gonna be well for like the next entire month, probably. But I'm enjoying my good health while I can. Supplies! Thank you so much for the 5 gifties. I'm glad you're still subbed here, sweetheart. I hope we see you again. It's probably Thursday. Fingers crossed. Good luck with the surgery. Thank you. I recently came across a little video that showed the history of surgery here in the UK, and basically anesthetic didn't exist until about the 1850s or more, and people were having their bones sawed and stuff while fully conscious, and many people were dying of shock, let alone all of the sepsis and infection, because the surgeons of the 1800s and before genuinely believed that when infection set in and the pus started oozing, that meant that, you know, the healing process was beginning. They thought it was a good thing because it happened to every single surgery, because they would have the blood of their previous, they would never wash the blood off from surgeries they'd done because their apron was like a sign of their surgical experience. So they were caked in old blood. They were using sponges to dress and wash wounds that, you know, had been used on somebody else very shortly before, this sort of thing. And yeah, people were just being held down and hacked up, conscious in a theater where loads and loads of people were watching. So, with that in mind, I feel very, very lucky that of all the times I need to be rummaged and surgically opened and cooked on the inside, that happens now. I mean, I do think that we have a long way to go medically, especially for women, but you know, definitely could be worse. Absolutely. Anybody with endometriosis wouldn't have gotten any treatment their entire life, and people wouldn't even have understood how it killed them or what killed them. So I'm very, very lucky to be in the position that I am, even if it's nerve-wracking. Waza, thank you so much. So his comment is reduction surgery. No, I have endometriosis, or they think that I have endometriosis, and so they're gonna put a camera through my belly button, inflate me with air to separate my skin from my organs, and then have a look around and rummage and see if they can find any lesions clinging to my organs that might be trying to fuse my organs together. And if they find any, they're going to use a red hot pincher to sear, to pinch, clamp, and sear and burn off little chunks of me to remedy the situation. My mom did surgery for endometriosis. How did it go? Did that go okay for her? Sounds like you're about to get messed up. Yeah, it can take up to a month to fully be recovered for a lot of people. So I'm gonna be laying up and possibly not streaming. I'll stream when I'm better, but I don't know how long it'll take me to be better because I have no idea how much of me they're going to be cooking soon. Turned 35 today? Hell yeah! How does it feel to be in your prime, Fatality? It was good. She recovered from it, but then had to do another surgery. Why? Did it go wrong? Did they end up messing her up, or did it just come back and she needed another cooking? Ah, thank you, Mike. You're lovely. I appreciate it. I hope you're right. Uh-uh. Why haven't I dropped in the stream before? Vibe is so chill, even when talking about a pretty intense surgery. Yeah, I will calmly tell you about a lot of diabolical shit, I'll be honest with you. That's pretty much a lot of my jizz, a lot of my shtick, a lot of my streams are basically, hey, you wanna be really depressed about something? It came back. My sister had to have 2 surgeries as well, but my mom just needed 1, so I think it depends. Yeah, yeah, I'm aware that it doesn't actually stop the lesions growing, but it can, trim 'em. It's like a pruning, endometrial pruning. Will Peter take over the stream during surgery? I mean, wouldn't it be funny if I just set it up so you could just watch the bunnies for 3 hours at my usual stream time? We just have a little note going, I'm away for surgery, but here's my bunnies in the meantime. They will be taking charge. Hey Merritt, thank you so much. 3 more months, let's go. Hell yeah. Wait, three more months from what? What? But thank you ever so much for the tier 3. Do it. I'll consider it. Maybe, I don't know. Great. Just strap a GoPro to him, honestly. He can give you a house tour. Hopefully, the doctors won't have to remove too much. Yeah, maybe it won't be too bad. Apparently, eating a bunch of soy is really good for endometriosis. So, like eating tofu and drinking soy milk and using soy sauce, those sorts of things is really good because apparently it has a compound in it that has a studies show it reduces endometrial growth and lesion growth. Is it excision or ablation? I don't know. I don't know. I just know it's keyhole. They go in through my belly button. They're looking for the stuff and they'll burn it off. That's all I know. Oh my god, that's so interesting about the soy. Yeah, funnily enough, like the macho manosphere is terrified of soy because they think it'll feminize you and give you like titties, but there's absolutely no proof of that whatsoever. Like the dairy industry was desperate to kind of like look into that and was really hopeful that that was true because soy milks were starting to compete with dairy milks. So they're like, fuck, we got to find a reason to turn everyone off of this. But like there has, despite all of the studies, there's been absolutely no proof that plant estrogens impact the human body in any way whatsoever, especially not men. And if they did, then, it would become like part of your trans like surgery and transition if you were trans to just down a fuck ton of soy milk because my god that would be so much cheaper than getting top surgery. Like if soy gave you titties, do you not think that people would be weaponizing that? Do you not think that like there are places in the world like Asian people eat a fuck ton of soy typically? Why aren't the Asian men just wandering around with their big bodacious boobies? Why wouldn't like Asian men have like triple D's just constantly? How did people not think this through? And yet people just take it at face value and go, no, I'm a manly man, I can't be seen eating soy. I was like, you idiot. The easiest time to fact check anything. And they didn't. They're just, yeah, that checks out. Plants give you boobies. Of course. Actually so true. Still hear so many people try to tell me that soy cappuccino is bad. I know, dumbass. Dumb as fuck. So hilariously dumb. But like real milk, like cow's milk has real estrogen in, which does impact your body. Like so drinking cow's milk instead of soy milk to avoid getting boobies and estrogen is like the dumbest thing you could possibly do about it. Can you cook the same with soy milk though? I feel like it would mess up a lot of dishes that require dairy milk. No, actually it doesn't. Like a lot of most things that require milk in the recipe can be swapped out really easily, not necessarily just with soy milk, but like as someone who does a lot of cooking, I can make cakes, I can make fucking chocolate. There's a lot of chocolate with no milk in that is really good. And you know, I can't think of a single thing where you can't swap out milk. Where milk is absolutely necessary. You don't even need dairy milk in fucking milkshakes. So yeah, I don't think like it's an issue if you wanted to swap it for any reason, whether it was endometriosis or to avoid getting boobies from all the estrogen in the dairy milk, you know? I tried almond milk for the first time the other day. It wasn't bad. If it wasn't prohibitively expensive, I'd probably switch, honestly. A lot of people who prefer almond milk to dairy milk milk their nuts at home. So, you can make almond milk, and usually it's not prohibitively expensive. Usually it equates to about 8 pence per glass. So in the UK, like, we have pounds, and there are 100 pennies in a pound, right? That's our currency. And it's about 8 to 18p per glass. Like, by glass, I mean not like drinking glass. I mean, like, you know those glasses, old school glasses that people used to deliver milk in? You know, when you used to get milk delivered to your doorstep, that kind of thing? Those. I think they might be a liter, I don't know. But yeah, 18p per that. 8 to 18p per that. Pints? Yeah, I think it's per pint. So if you're like, wow, I would make the switch, but I can't, maybe you should just make almond milk at home because it's really fucking easy and like super simple, really good for you, cheaper. Worth a try, thanks. Yeah, good luck. Also, another way is if you don't have time to milk your nuts yourself at home and you want to get ready-made almond milk comes in two forms. One of them is the refrigerated kind, and the other is from is like the shelf-stable cupboard kind because you can keep almond milk in a carton unopened for years. It's not like dairy milk. It doesn't go off the same way because it's not an excretion. It's not like a bodily fluid, so it's not as germy and it doesn't go off as quickly. And this means that the shelf-stable stuff tastes the same. You just open it, and once it's opened, you put it in the fridge, and it's like a quarter of the price usually. Like almond milk in the fridge might be nearly 2 quid. Almond milk that you get shelf stable is between like 50p and £1 50 in my experience, like the upper end of it, but it's a lot cheaper. You're gonna be able to get like £1 pop cartons and stuff much more easy. Yeah, long life is much cheaper. Yeah, and it tastes the same. So you might want to go for that option too. And I feel like it's smarter because you know how like you buy groceries for the fucking week? You can't buy milk for long term like you can alternatives. So you can just put the cartons in the cupboard, and even in this heat, it doesn't go off as long as it hasn't been opened. Once it's been opened, it still lasts longer than dairy milk in the fridge. So I would say like if that's something you're thinking about doing, there's no real reason. There's nothing to lose. It's cheaper, more shelf stable, better for your body, all these things. You know, there's just literally no downside. None. Tesco's soy milk is cheap and it's good. Yeah, I like the shelf-stable, chocolate milk. There's chocolate soy milk that's, like, just in the shelf aisle, not the refrigerated kind. The refrigerated kind is nice. It's rich and it's creamy and it's nice. But the one that's shelf-stable is awesome, and, like, you can buy it and forget you have it for, like, 2 years, and it's still gonna be fine. And it's basically just soybean water. You're getting those plant phenols. They do make shelf-stable dairy milk, but it always seemed weird. That surprises me. I know about, like, that, like, creamed, like, reduced, like, powder that you can make back into milk again. I know about that stuff. How do you make almond milk? You milk the nuts! Did you not know? You can Google it. I'm pretty sure you soak them and then you just let the water drip through like a special muslin cloth, like a cheesecloth. And then the juice is what you get after. I think that's how? Or do you blend that with the almonds after? I can't remember. Do you blend them and then strain them through the water? I can't remember. You're gonna have to look it up. I'm too lazy. Yeah, you do have to milk the nuts. Are you drunk right now? No. What? Yeah, go ahead and run that donut, Tony. Oh, I have some really cute videos to show you of the bunnies enjoying their gifts that you sent on Throne.
All the best, lovely less than 3.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Your username is Oh Sparkling, and for a second I thought that was the donor message. Get fucked. And I thought you were just like, oh, sparkling about my top. Like I was really like, thank you. I like everything black coffee, tea, and drinks. I like coffee flavored desserts and chocolates. They're pretty tasty if you ask me. Good luck with the surgery. My girlfriend found out she had it last week. She's really scared at the idea of doing surgery. We hope for the best. I've heard that it has a very high success rate. So hopefully it's all good. Do you like tiramisu then? Yeah, I think tiramisu is pretty awesome, to be honest with you. Which, by the way, can be made without any dairy whatsoever, and nobody can tell the difference. So, I know someone was like, "Hey, what about in cooking?" I was like, "You can literally make tiramisu. You can even make meringue without eggs, and meringue is mostly egg." You can make like macaroons. NZ is the biggest dairy exporter in the world, but milk production is unbelievably inefficient. Dairy farms have taken over our country, big money. Yeah, like, I know that people are freaked out about data centers, and they're like, it's ruining neighborhoods and making them inhospitable and poisoning their water and doing all these bad things. And I'm like, yeah, your hot dogs and your cheese and your milk has been doing that to neighborhoods for quite a while. Because, like, they move in and then they pollute all your water nearby with loads of runoff, like loads of shit. Because they produce lagoons upon lagoons of shit, and then it gets into your water, and it gets airborne as well, and gives everybody asthma, and it ruins lives. It's crazy. Oh, Skibbity, thank you so much for the 12-pound super chat. I cannot be around chocolate-covered espresso beans. I will eat them all. Anyway, here's 12 bucks. This is why I like Cafe Nero, because they have those at the till, and I order a drink, and they're just sat there tempting me right in front of me, and I can never resist. And I love it when, like, chocolate is, like, really shiny smooth, you know, when it's, like, a perfect ball, and they're so crunchy as well. Like, chocolate-covered, like, coffee beans are incredibly crunchy. The only problem is that they feel like a bullet to my stomach. I don't know why, but it kind of feels like I've been shot after for like maybe half an hour. I don't know. Something about it hurts. Tasty pain. Worth it. If you exist. I think like my brain before it starts to hurt decides it's worth it, but my brain after is like, I should never do that again. And I always do it again. Are you the reincarnation of Jesus? No, I mean, it's nice of you to check in. You might be asking a lot of people before you find them, though. The thing is, right, if Jesus was reincarnated as a woman and she started turning water into wine and like resurrecting people and healing wounds and stuff, people would just kill her as a witch. Like, if Jesus ever came back, we probably killed her. there was meant to be a second coming, but it was a woman. Yeah, she was probably burned to death in like the 1600s or something. But also, I find it funny that, yeah, if Jesus was born the first time a woman, he would have just been burned as a witch. There's no way he could have gotten away with that at all. But people worshipped him for a couple of thousand years for doing things that women were put to death for. And then, on top of that, even just the whole idea of a witch bothers me because if you look at like the Halloween definition of a witch, it's an ugly old crone with warts all over her face, with green skin, who's evil and creepy and weird and lives in a hovel in the woods. And a man with magical powers is a wizard who's scholarly, intelligent, lives in a castle, is clean and wise, and yeah, like the if a man does something, it's considered noble, and if a woman does exactly the same thing, it's considered disgusting and evil and a crime. To be fair, the biblical Jesus didn't quite get off scot-free. True. I'm glad you corrected me there, but I don't think people would have known his name 2,000 years later if it was a woman. They would have definitely killed Jesus a lot sooner. They hate witches until they cure their children of some horrible illnesses. No, they will still hate them, demand that they cure their children, and then burn them after. There's some really cool books on the witch hunt periods. Yeah, I'm sure there is. It's just kind of sad that there ever really was a witch hunt period, to be honest with you. Yeah, go ahead and run that dono. SML! Oh, it's Smiler. Thank you so much for the Prime, sweetheart. That's awesome. Hey, it's Savrin. Hello.
On one hand you say soy milk won't turn you gay, and on the other, you say it's about milking nuts. The math ain't mathing.
Apparently, you can milk nuts without being gay. I don't know. I remember one of my mods telling me about it. I kind of zoned out. I don't really have to try not to be gay. So it's not really necessary for me to know. Something about the socks. That's a very fair point. It makes me think that, like, when two best male friends are hanging out and they decide to get in the hot tub together or give each other a back massage or whatever, or, you know, give each other a quick little tug between homies, and they're like, with the socks on or off, and they're like, it's Pride Month, take them off. And then after that one particular month, they're like, no, always on, bro. What the fuck? I'm not gay. That's how I imagine that's how I imagine male friendship anyway. It would be homophobic to keep the socks on. I see. Anita telling us her browser history. Nah, just my relationship history. I had an ex who was a bit like that with his bestie. Oh, is it treats o'clock already? Wait, I set an alarm. Ah, my phone isn't in here. That's why. I was like, how did I miss it this time? Okay, well, luckily I've got the treats jar ready. as you can see, they have been enjoying the cake. I got some videos of them enjoying the cake. Oh, he's ready for it. I better go. He's in position. Now Petey Boy is like harassing me and running around me and stroking my leg, trying to get me to give him his treat. Here. Here. And now he's gonna be super hyper. I don't really feel like they get hyper from their treats. They're made for bunnies. They're not like gonna give them a blood glucose spike or anything. I don't really understand entirely what niblets are made of, but one of my mates tried one and said they don't taste very sugary at all or very sweet at all. Which surprises me because they're blended with fruit. Gotta shake his booty. It's the booty tax. Getting the booty tax. Oh, I love you. He slopes down into position for love any second that I start stroking him. Sometimes he beats me up if I stop. So cute. Smooshu. I love him. Anywho, that's the bunny's treats o'clock. I'll just put the treats jar away because I'll knock it down otherwise. There we go. Hello. Oscar is pleased. I mean, I think my rabbits live a fucking good life, if I'm honest with you. A lot of rabbits have it really shit because people put them in hutches. Like, I genuinely think if I was in charge of the world, people would be doing 10 years in prison for putting a rabbit in a hutch. Like, ever. Whee! I had a Flemish giant, he would growl at people. That's amazing. I've never met an angry Flemish giant, to be quite honest with you. What's a hutch? Is that like a cage? Yeah, rabbit hutches, if you Google rabbit hutch, you'll see what I mean. Like those outdoor enclosures that are like usually like quite small, and have bars around them and stuff. They're not very good for rabbits. That's not how a rabbit would live in the wild, but they're just kind of hellish, and a lot of rabbits die really soon because of them. They're too hot in the summer, they bake them in there, and they're too cold in the winter. Like, bunnies would have these nice, warm, underground burrows in the wild, which had no drafts whatsoever, but these hutches are incredibly exposed. A lot of the piss and the shit soaks into them, so they can never be cleaned properly. And a lot of bunnies escape from them and then get eaten by predators or hit by cars and things like this. They're really stupid. They shouldn't exist. And people who put rabbits in hutches are also stupid. And they are abusing their pets. Like, there's just no getting around it. A hutch is abuse. Pet shops shouldn't legally be allowed to sell them. They are not suitable enclosures for rabbits. It's like a lot of hamster cages are actually really torturously evil and bad for hamsters, and a real hamster enclosure is night and day, completely different to what the pet shops sell. So like a lot of hamster cages should technically be illegal too, and are a form of abuse that do make hamsters go mad and suffer immeasurably. Is it the size that's different? No, so a real hamster enclosure should be like full of piss, full of piss, full of it should be made of glass, like a tank. It should have really thick layer of sawdust in for burrowing. It should have natural things like herbs, flowers, grasses, because they spend their day foraging for those things. It should be a wide open space. They should have a litter tray with sand in it to do sand baths in and everything in. A lot of people don't even know that their hamsters need sand. A lot of these sorts of things, everything should be natural, nothing should be made of plastic. They shouldn't have contact with any plastic, and there should never be any bars. So like there's a lot of things about like the hamster cages that you buy that are actually torture for them. And a sign that they go mad is they'll run back and forth over and over again in front of the glass or in front of the cage bars. Like they're just the movement is just this back and forward against the wall. And that's a sign of madness. That's you've tortured your hamster for so long in this enclosure that their mind has broken, basically. You're meaning tiny cages, right? Animals need space. Space is part of it. It's not just the size. So you could give them a really big enclosure and still destroy your animal's mental health. Like, it has to be suitable. And a lot of hamster cages are just not suitable. And if they're made of plastic, they're 100% unsuitable. But, like, you can watch people's videos of what, like, a real hamster enclosure should look like. Oh, Rain, thank you so much for the 20
I'll be using
gifties.
the IKEA liniment coat, the one for more and
Great, now I have to do some searching to find one.
which in my great natural properties, and that is the gist.
I think this lady has done a goodish job. Maybe? Nope, I've lost it. Fuck, mods, can you find me a video that compares like bad versus good, or ideal hamster setups? Because I feel like people should really see it. Like, it makes me really tempted to, like, launch a campaign, if I'm honest with you, which, like, to get people to ban what is currently sold in pet stores. Like, there should be a whole movement where people just hand out leaflets out front outside of pet stores showing what happens and, like, how it breaks their mental health and how, like, that's not what a hamster cage should look like or a rabbit cage should look like. But yeah, a lot of these animals are sold knowing that they'll die really quickly because most people aren't equipped to take care of them properly, and people they aren't given any advice on how to take care of them properly either. Like hamsters need to be kept alone. That's another thing. They shouldn't be kept in multiples, but they'll be sold in groups at like at pet stores, and then they kill each other because they're solitary animals that compete for territory and will kill each other. It's like the Hunger Games. Ah, thank you. Oh wow, that's a really impressive one. I like that one. I can see like the little screen. Like the little
the back of
preview,
the
and it
lift
already
back.
looks awesome. Let's have a look. This always comes up. There we go.
Left. So I put in a ton of bedding, and here is the enclosure when I put in a couple more things, especially in the sand bath, and then I added some heights in the enclosure. And yeah, this is when it really started to come together. I also added the wheel, and yes, the wheel spins even with the lid on. I made sure that it would. And now the fun part started for me and probably for you as well. Here's all the things that I wanted to add to the enclosure. I didn't end up adding everything, but a lot of it. And here is what the enclosure looked like once I had to put in some of the stuff that I wanted to put in. I switched some things around later on, and I really made sure that everything is like secured, either with stilts or that it sits on some.
So what she's putting in here is places for them to burrow. The wheel is made of wood. It's made of a much more natural material. And it's really large as well, because you can give hamsters spinal deformities and things by giving them these little plastic wheels, because they have to arch to fit in it, and that causes problems, health problems for them. Also, adding things with with reeds like this to chew on is really important. Flowers, she's giving them soil to bury, lots of natural materials for stimulation and exploration. Like, you wouldn't need to fill an entire room with it, like this huge setup like she has, in order to make a hamster happy. But like, a lot of the things that she's baseline putting in there, like wood to chew and move through, different textures. So she's got wood chips there, she's got like hay shedding, she's got, you know, coconut husks, she's got all these different textures to dig through and experience and rummage through. And like, having this large area to run around, leaving things in there for them to forage for, because their whole life as a hamster is to forage. They are very mentally stimulated, constantly active, zooming around, foraging. So having things to tunnel through, hide under, there's constant opportunities for privacy. You should not be able to see your animal at all times. They should have places to tunnel, to dig, to hide. Like, they are complex animals with a lot of needs, and providing for all of those needs is a project. But when you take care of them properly, these types of enclosures are very different. So it's not typical to clean this out in a conventional way and take out all of the substrate all at once every single week. What normally happens is it's sifted through, like when you use sand like this, which is really important for hamsters. You can sieve the sand to top up the cleanliness, but mainly they usually pitch one spot to go to the bathroom, and you can just clean that out. And then the others, if they don't get smelly or pissy, can be left sometimes for months because they don't get dirty. Once you provide a proper environment for them, it's very easy to keep it clean without having to like scrub all of these pieces of wood and stuff every single week. So it's not like a huge time commitment. Yeah, and it's like really fun to put this together. They also like flower petals, dried insects. Here we go with the fronds. Like, this is an important part of keeping a hamster happy. Give them different like plants to rummage through. What they'll do with these particular types of plants, because they're full of seeds, is they will pick them off of the grasses and go store them somewhere, which is mentally stimulating for them, replicates what they do in their natural environment, and is a food source that requires, it's a mentally stimulating food source. You can see like a little poppy pod here. So this hamster's got mosses, barks, and like husks, and like sheds, and like chips, wood chips, and all sorts, like flower petals. You can see some dried grasses and all sorts. This is so perfect. These are the kinds of things that hamsters need for mental stimulation, and what they normally get is a barren cage with a wheel and a bowl full of food that isn't suitable for their digestive system. So a lot of hamsters die very early of organ problems. Also, people don't tell hamsters you're a dick, that you should fuck cats, that you should watch out for hibernation, because sometimes hamsters go into hibernation and people think that their hamster has died and they flush them down the toilet. Chances are, if you had a hamster for a year and all of a sudden it just quietly died for no reason, there is a good chance that you just buried it alive because you didn't know that it hibernated, because they go kind of stiff and kind of like unresponsive. Very suddenly, they just go into a nest and fall into a deep sleep they can't be woken up from, and it's very hard to tell that they're still breathing. Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So yeah, with this is the kind of ideal setup that you would make for a hamster. It's a glass tank. You can usually leave it open top if it's a glass tank like this, because they like if they're deep enough. I don't know if she's gonna do that. It looks like she has a lid over here, but over here she doesn't. And some people do just leave them open top for airflow, because it's, so long as you don't make it so they can jump on top of anything to get out, it's usually fine. I personally wouldn't leave this open top, because if you can see up here, bitch, I have tits. I think a hamster could get on that and just jump over the edge, if I'm quite honest with you. So I wouldn't leave this one open top because it's too high. But like, this is what a hamster enclosure should look like. This person is doing absolutely fucking amazing. And this hamster is gonna be so happy. Bitch! That's sad. Yeah, most hamsters are confined in a life that is absolutely horrendous. And the way that they're bred to be sold at these places is also usually incredibly horrendous too. So the whole life cycle of a little ham is terrible, and they're usually gifted to children. So children don't know how to take care of themselves, let alone a whole nother life form. So they usually end up dying horribly. But you can see, like, they're supposed to be able to dig, they're supposed to have access to soil and sand, they're supposed to have access to these foraging fronds and petals and, you know, dried bugs to eat, because they're carnivorous. You know, they're insectivores, they're little hunters. You know, this is what a hamster enclosure should look like. And anything less is abuse, essentially. So if you're not willing to commit to this, you probably shouldn't have a hamster. I think like that's a fair thing to say. If you aren't willing to do the research on how to make a really good hamster enclosure, and you aren't willing to give them the life they deserve, don't get one. And if you can't afford a hamster, don't get one. Like, I feel like that's really important. If you can't afford to have kids, don't have one. If you can't afford a pet, don't have them. Cute hamster palace. Yeah, but it's kind of sad that that's considered a palace when that's like only a tiny percentage of what they'd have access to in the wild still. Isn't that funny? That we're looking at like wow, that hamster's so well taken care of. And that's like looking at a human that isn't in prison and going, wow, that human is living like an absolute king. What a lucky little human. Because you're used to seeing them in like a prison having to drink toilet water, like packed in with many other human beings. Yeah. And all that is a mild replication of what they'd have access to in the wild. So yeah, if I ever get a hamster, if I ever got like little animals like rats or hamsters or mice, I would aim to do something like that for them. Absolutely. We were planning on gifting a hamster to our son next year. Now I learned how horrible that would have been for the poor ham, so thanks for educating me. You've just made my life, Disgusto. I appreciate that comment, 100%, that's amazing. Please do not gift your child a hamster. I think like a really good first pet to have with a child is one that they don't have to look after, that you look after and love, but the child has access to. And I think like the top ones for that are either a cat or a dog would be my top recommendation, because I think it's really good for children to grow up with pets. Like personally, I think it was a lifesaver for me growing up as a child, because I had Tourette's and it was undiagnosed, and a pet cat doesn't give a shit if you call them a whore and offer them a fisting. Like they don't know what you're saying, they just know your body language. So they could tell I liked them and they would hang out with me, even if other people were being a bit, you know, confused about my situation, right? But I feel like it teaches you non-verbal communication, the value of loving someone who can't give back, and responsibility and care. But the thing with a cat especially is that they can leave you the fuck alone, and they can escape from you and remove themselves from the situation if you are too rough with them or annoying, right? And cats, and that means that if the child is being too loud or too angry or too heavy-handed, the cat can get away, and the child learns that this is too much. Get a pet while you have a child, but the child should not be in charge of the pet. The child should not be taking care of the pet, should not have solo access to the pet. There should not be a pet that is solely in the child's room. Like I have like had a rabbit that they spent their life just free roam on the floor, which normally would be good, in like a 7-year-old's bedroom. That was their home. The child was just living with a rabbit running around in their bedroom. They were going to sleep with with the rabbit in the room. Like, the child was alone with the rabbit. That's a really fucking bad idea. Yeah, really, really not responsible, right? So I'm just gonna lay it out there. You should not get a pet for a child. You should get a pet for the family that lives in the same home as you, but you should never get a pet for a child. Yeah, because like there's trends of people doing awful things to their pets. So one of the most common ways that hamsters die when they are a pet that is kept in like a teacher's room, like at school. Like a lot of schools, they'll have like a class pet. And if it's a hamster, one of the most common ways that they die is children shoving pencils up their butt. So like that is a very good example of why children should not have solo access to pets. Like, pets are not for children. Never. And if you want to imagine what it would be like if you were this big, if you were toy-sized, and your entire life and well-being relied on a 5-year-old, that could be a horror movie. That could be an actual literal horror movie. Couldn't it? So let's not do that to little lives. Not to mice, not to hamsters, not to insects, not to anything. Wasn't that horror shown in Finding Nemo? Yeah, kinda. Like Gulliver on one of those islands, kinda. Isn't that the other way around? I thought Gulliver was a giant man who was an island of tiny people, and that the tiny people attacked him. According to my research, bunnies are kind of cute, and since rabbit manure is the high in nitrogen and phosphorus, their manure is basically an immediate super fuel for the garden. Yeah, I do use my bunny poop in my garden, but because of that, I've had to stop giving them blackberries because otherwise I'd just be sowing loads of brambles everywhere. But yeah, I do use it, and it's cool. It's called bunny gold. Like people who keep a lot of rabbits can actually sell the manure for a really high price. Like it's a whole business to sell bunny manure because it's so good for gardens. It's in really high demand. Poop for cash? Exactly. I mean, I have like a dick, a dick, a dick, a dick, a dick, a dick. I have like a box of dick of I have a big dick. I have a dick. I have a box I have a box for dick. I have a box in my garden and it's wooden and it's meant to be like a compost box and I'd been adding to it throughout the year. I'd been putting all my food scraps in there, loads of bunny shit, been layering it with leaf fall and all the stuff. You have to put it in layers. So like you put food scraps in one layer, torn cardboard in another layer, this sort of thing. You layer it up. And the food scraps were supposed to break down into lovely soil so that I could use it to grow food with. So it's like a circle. Like I eat the food, I use the scraps to grow more food. I thought it'd be genius, right? What actually happened was the food scraps grew in the compost. Before the compost was even done, a massive potato plant has completely taken it over and is the biggest potato plant I've ever seen in my life. I'm hoping I get loads of potatoes out of it, but it's just like grown out of the box completely, and the box had like gaps around it, and all of the plant has bloomed out of it, badge, and like it looks like a massive tree, just of potatoes. So I kind of did the speed run and skipped a few steps, and have already got food again, which is pretty exciting. Yeah, I'm gonna have hell of potatoes. But it really took a fuck ton of my food waste and also like Amazon parcels. Like I'm tearing up my Amazon packaging and I was using those as cardboard layers between all of the other things. And so like a lot of my trash went into that box and it swallowed it. Like a year's worth of waste and it was just burning it down. Like it would break down so fast. It was just getting munched by a seething mass of insects. It was crazy. I recently found out that my wife's been having an affair with her boss. The thing is, because of that relationship, she's climbed the corporate ladder and now earns great salary. Our financial situation has improved a lot, and part of me wonders if I should just keep quiet instead of blowing everything up. I'm so proud of you for that. That is very pragmatic of you. That is amazing, right? For me, I think let's sit with this for a minute. If you're like pulling that face like that lady who tried that thing and she's like, hmm. Then she's like, hmm. And then she's like, hmm. And then she's like, hmm. I feel like you're in this position. That's what I'm getting from your thing. Yeah, you're like, but she's fucking cheating. But we do have a lot of money now, you know? And if that's where you're at, if you're like less bothered about the cheating and more like, yeah, but I live an awesome life now. You've got a few options here. First, gather evidence. Okay, that's the first thing I want you to do, gather evidence. Do you have a prenup? Because if you don't have a prenup, you can get a post-nup. You can get a post-nuptial agreement. Where like you could put cheating clause in there and say if either of us cheats, then the person who got cheated on gets 90%. And be like, I love you, I trust you, I'm only putting that in, like, because it doesn't matter. You could do that, and then, like, in a few years' time, break up, cash in. Just saying. Or, you could gather evidence of this. And then, if you ever meet anybody that you would like to have as a side piece, you can have them as a side piece completely discreetly. This is an open-ender, and you're like, well, I guess if we are kind of in an unspoken open relationship right now, all I have to do is keep it a secret. And if it's ever discovered, I can just go, do we just want to look the other way because you're doing this too? You know? If you're not too bothered about the cheating, if the cheating is like, I let it go on for a good life, I guess you could also use this as permission to be in an unspoken open relationship, to feel like you're on an equal plane, to be like, this is still a loving and respectful relationship because we are meeting each other on mutually equal terms here. I guess we're just not in a monogamous relationship anymore, and that's okay. And, you know, to keep the peace, we won't say anything about it, but yeah, like, if she ever has a problem with me doing it, then I'm just gonna go ahead and slide over all of the proof that she did it first, and she can shut the fuck up. And if she ever tells her family about it, I will give them the proof too. I will send them the messages and things and be like, no, this whole cheating thing was entirely her idea. Or you could go another direction and you could just come to them and go, hey, I know you're cheating and it's been wonderful for your career. I would like to suggest that we open the relationship. I don't want to leave, but I don't want to have to be more loyal than you. I want permission to do whatever I want if I go to a nightclub. I want permission to have anyone on the side that I want. To any capacity of intimacy I want. I don't want any boundaries with it. I don't want to be like, but you're not allowed to fall in love or whatever, because, you know, you did what you want without any boundaries. So I want unbounded fucking non-monogamy. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think you could propose that, but I will say, as a warning, that some cheaters are very self-absorbed and nasty assholes, surprise, surprise, and they might be incredibly offended that you are not hurt. That's one of the things that cheaters will go through, is if the partner that got cheated on is not hurt, they're like, do you even value me? Why aren't you crying right now? And they're like, I just don't think you love me enough. I think I'm gonna leave. Sometimes it can drive them away that you're just indifferent. Yeah, I know, but it's a horror. It's really stupid. What a dick. But, you know, they're a cheater. Of course they're a dick. So, like, yeah, I would say that you've got options here. How you want to handle it is just a scale of how evil you are. But the good ending is you consensually just go, hey, I've noticed that we have stepped into a non-monogamous relationship here. I am willing and happy to continue the relationship because I still love you, but I don't think you should expect a level of loyalty from me that you are not willing to provide. And I don't want you to quit or stop because this has been really great for your career. It wouldn't prove anything to me about your loyalty to quit now that you've been discovered, because you had to be discovered. It would prove something about your loyalty and that you changed as a person if you felt guilty and you came forward and you confessed to me and then broke it off without my ever asking. But if you break it up because I found out, I'm never going to be able to take that as monogamy and how. So shutting it down will not prevent me from sleeping around. Just so you know. Like, that is not a gesture you can do to control the situation. And also, if you ever try to use this against me, I will make sure all of your family and everyone around us finds out that you did this to me. So do not try to break up with me and say that I cheated. Do not try to ruin my reputation over this so that you can look good. Do not dare even fucking try that, okay? And that would be my angle. If I was in your position, I think that would be the angle I'd go. I'd be like, I wouldn't be like, because you're making loads of money, I'm willing to turn a blind eye. I would just like slide them the evidence and go, so I've noticed we're in an open relationship all of a sudden. And just so you know, I'm gonna be meeting that where we're at. Like, I don't want a divorce, but I'm gonna have a lot of hoes. I'm sorry, but them's just the rules. Junebug, thank you so much. Just getting in, about to get situated for the night and wanted to show some love. Also, 2 questions. Courageous as well. Like the things that he has to go through on a daily basis to make his content. And to be honest with you, it feels a little bit like justice. Like some of his videos where people hit on him and he surprises them and is like big reveal at the end, I'm a dude, and does all the big voice and everything. A lot of those videos, those men are really pushing his boundaries and not respecting him and are actually really cruel and not nice. So I feel like a lot of women really wish that they could scare a man away the way that Vlad does. Yeah. And I hope it makes people think twice about harassing women in the street. But I do feel like I've done a bunch of collabs with a bunch of really cool people, like Toxic recently as well, and Annie Fuchsia. Like there's loads and loads of people. But I would say if I was gonna give you any advice about streaming, fuck off. Bitch, I think you should definitely do something you love doing, because if you do get successful, you're gonna be doing that a lot. So if you pick a game that you get bored of, you're gonna hate it, and then you're gonna want to change, and then you're gonna lose your entire audience because they all join to watch you do this thing. Right? So I'd say, like, if you center it around a game, just know that games get unpopular and you will too. And it's really, really hard for people to hop from one game to another. So I think being a variety streamer from the start will really benefit you, because it means that you can change with the trends because people are there for you and not what you're doing. So I think that's one thing. Really, really important thing. The next thing I would say is before you start streaming, become unfindable. So don't have any public profiles with your name in them, or your family, or your address, or pictures of your house, or pictures of your friends and family. Because if you do get successful, it can happen really fast sometimes. Sometimes it will happen overnight. So you won't have time to transition away from this stuff. And people who've been watching you from the beginning will hold on to that information, and it can put you in a lot of danger. So people have had someone break into their house and try to kill them. People have, had people stab them like 30 times at a train station they're regularly at because they took a selfie there. Streaming and making content is incredibly dangerous. All of the men and women I know have had stalkers and horrible people and creepy, weird people do dangerous things to them. So what you need to do is think about your safety before you get started. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very complicated and challenging later. Yeah. So if you're going to do this, disable, deactivate all of your socials. Ask for your home to be taken off Google Maps. Like, go through the steps. There are now websites where you can pay a monthly fee and it's really small, and it will just troll the entire internet for any evidence that you exist, basically any of your personal details, and it will alert you if there are any breaches. And some of them are so good that they have a whole legal team whose whole job is to just clap people who spread that information and have it immediately removed. So, yeah, depending on like how far you get with your career, it's going to be more and more important to be unfindable, unharassable, essentially. No matter what you do, you could be making cupcakes and there'll still be some absolute psycho trying to rape you. So, like, you genuinely do need to do this no matter what kind of content you produce. Don't go thinking that I'm not going to attract any weirdos because I'm just playing Lego. I'm just making Lego characters. Like, no, there are people who are willing to murder you over the Lego. So you will need to do that, and if you get maybe 500 to 1,000 viewers, you need to get management. And if you're going to get management, I would say like what normally happens once you start getting big enough that you can monetize your content, that you can start posting adverts in your channel description and people will pay for it. Like once you have a certain amount of followers, there are people who are willing to pay thousands or more for you to just do one little photo post holding their product or whatever, right? And a lot of content creators, this is like 70 to 80% of their income. Even big streamers where you're seeing them and they have like 100,000 subscribers, still, whatever the math is on that, 80 to 90% of their income will be sponsorships, right? So it's going to be a huge aspect of your survival and a huge aspect of your income to get sponsorships. But those people will smell that you don't have any legal protection from a mile away, and they will slip really nasty, awful things into your contracts unless you have management to look it over, to read the contracts, to make sure there's nothing dodgy in them before you sign them, and to broker it. And because they know how much you're worth, they can make sure you get paid the right amount as well, because you know companies will try to underpay you for what you do. Absolutely. So as soon as you get to a certain size, get management. Absolutely. Be on as many platforms as you can, so make your content as repurposable as possible. So if you're making YouTube videos, make it so you can post them on other platforms. Reformat them so they can be posted everywhere. Yeah. The JRM says, good luck with the surgery, gamer. My sister has stage 4 and has had multiple surgeries for endo. She says that she feels much better after having them. Hope for a quick recovery. Fuck yeah, thank you so much. Well, I hope that everything continues to be going onwards and upwards for your sister, and hopefully it'll go well for me too. Every single famous person has stalkers, so that means you have stalkers too, am I right? Yeah. I mean, there has been quite big media coverage, global media coverage about the things that have happened to me. So, yeah, I think it goes without question. I have quite a lot of deep experience with the weirdos. But you do not have to be famous or a very big streamer. You could have like 2 viewers on average, and one of them could be a baby reindeer and be like stalking you. You do not have to be a big streamer. And in fact, it feels more vulnerable when you're a little streamer and it's happening to you because there's less people who give a shit. And the police often don't give a shit or help you. So you do have to take all of the precautions yourself. And all of the justice you get will be whatever you do about it, because the police will do nothing. Real, you could be an average person and have a stalker. It happens to anyone. Yeah, I'm gonna say this, like, there are 1 million new people on average every single year who are a victim of stalking. In the UK alone, not globally, in the UK. And 99% of them are not gonna be celebrities. Most of the people who are murdered by their stalker are not celebrities. So streaming is dangerous or something? Yeah, it's really fucking dangerous. So you will see people who get pepper sprayed just walking around streaming. Many of the biggest female streamers have been physically molested, like had their boobs groped, had people jump on them, try to hump them, all sorts of things. Whilst they've been live streaming, just walking around in public, many live streamers and YouTubers have had people break into their homes and do horrible things to them. There was a live stream where somebody's ex found out where she was while she was live streaming and came to the door and tried to shoot his way through it on live stream with a shotgun. And her new boyfriend were just stood on the balcony as far away from the front door as they could, whilst shotgun like spray was coming through the front door over and over again as he tried to demolish the door with the shotgun. And the police had to shoot him to death there on that doorstep. And that all happened on stream. Like, streaming is incredibly dangerous. There was a woman who was murdered on live stream because she was having her nails done in a nail salon, and someone who didn't like her figured out exactly where she was because of her live stream and shot her. Live streaming is very, very dangerous. And also, if you just quit because it gets too dangerous for you, the people who started becoming fixated on you do not forget you. You could have a stalker for 15 years when you only streamed for 2. So it's not one of those things where if it gets too much for you, you can just stop. Does endometriosis always kill you? No, I don't think it's like inevitably 100% fatal. It can be incredibly dangerous for you though, and it can be life-threatening, and it causes secondary conditions which can be fatal. Also, it can grow in places where it can become fatal, like it can grow in your brain and your lungs, for example. But like a lot of people can have it grow around their bowel and then need their bowel completely removed and end up with like a colostomy bag or um having to just deal with incontinence. Like there was a lady who had to have a hysterectomy and her bowel removed because of her endo, and she doesn't have a butthole anymore. Jesus Christ, I looked up the ex-boyfriend with a shotgun. Yeah, so streaming is dangerous. Streaming is dangerous. It is a lifetime commitment to everything being slightly more complicated and challenging, just so you know. Like, it's worth it in a lot of ways. There's a reason why people who go through this every single day have fun and look forward to turning up. But it is a lifetime commitment to a level of danger that you would not get in other jobs. So just be aware of that. Things are not going to be the same for you ever again. You are never going to be able to get an Uber to your house again. You're never going to be able to get a taxi to your house again. You are never going to be able to be open and direct about where you live. For example, a lot of people have normal conversations. If someone meets you, they're like, where do you live? Where do you work? You are going to have to be vague. You are either going to have to lie or be vague. I love you. I love you. I love you. Is having a bad period a symptom of endo, or is it more? So, like, it is more than just having a bad period, but having very, very severely heavy periods can be one of the indicators. But it's an indicator for a lot of things. There are a lot of conditions that can cause a bad period. But it's so, like, you can have really bad periods where you're bleeding really heavily, and the period goes on for longer than it should, to the point where you're getting an iron deficiency. To the point where if you use a period pad or a tampon, it takes 10 minutes to soak through. So you have to just lie on a towel and not move or do anything because you're bleeding too heavily to wear trousers because you just bleed through anything. You bleed through and even the heavy duty like period pads and things like this. So and you're filling the toilet with blood, unable to move, exhausted. It can also cause really severe chronic constipation or give you the shits constantly, because the endometriosis material can like fuse to all different organs, and then like it can refuse to your bowel and either irritate the bowel or block it off. So that can be a symptom. Also, being immensely painful inside your body whenever, like 10, 20 minutes to 30 minutes before you need to poop. Not whilst you're pooping or anything like that, but before you need to poop for a short burst of time, you might be in absolute agony for no reason. You might just have loads of internal stomach pain, like you've just been stabbed. Like it can also cause headaches and things like this. The blood loss can cause a lot of really horrible symptoms like iron deficiency, but also dizziness, confusion, brain fog, weakness, shakiness. But the pain is the main one. Like endometriosis pain, like just having no reason, but just being in abdominal pain constantly, and it just really fucking hurting to the point where you can't do anything or move. Also, endometriosis, it spreads from your womb to other parts of your body, and it's basically womb lining. So during your period, these lesions that grow in your like lungs or on your heart or on your bowel or on your kidneys or your liver or your bladder, like it can also cause incontinence and make you piss yourself and things like this. But like those lesions can shed just like the lining of the womb. So when you go through your time of the month, you're not just having like womb pain, you're having whole body pain because the lesions that are connected to everywhere else are shedding and having a period too. So it is a really fucked up condition. It's incredibly painful. And it's not very well understood. So a lot of the treatments have been very rudimentary and brutal for a very, very long time because women's healthcare is not very heavily researched. But recently we discovered men can get endometriosis too, and all of a sudden there is now a saliva test for it. So like the way that you used to have to get it diagnosed is that they cut you open, they look around in your organs, and you need to spend a month recovering. And that's what I'm queued up for. And I booked this surgery before it became like even possible pretty much to get a saliva test. And the saliva test is kind of available now, but it's experimentally available in some places in some hospitals, and it needs like 3 years of trials before it becomes mainstream, before they like fully establish it and stick with it. But I can't wait 3 years. I can't wait for years and years. Because in that time the lesions could get really, really bad, and I could have really horrible symptoms. So my mom had endometriosis, and it was one of the things that completely disabled her because she kept telling the doctor she was in chronic pain, and they wouldn't look into it and they didn't believe her. So she had undiagnosed endometriosis for about 25 years, I want to say. Like 20 to 25 years. I can't remember exactly when she finally got diagnosis. I do know that she got diagnosis because all of her doctors were male, and when she moved, her GP was a female, and she said like, I have all this weird pain and all these symptoms. She said, that sounds like endometriosis. And within 2 weeks it was diagnosed. But the problem is because that doctor only really believed her and looked into it like a good couple of decades after she started having it, the lesions had grown around every major organ in her lower body. So around her bowel, around her vagina, around her bladder, around every internal organ around there. Kidneys, liver, everything. And so they would have had to remove half of her vagina, her bladder, and a big chunk of her lower, her colon or intestine, in order to remove the lesions. And that would have had an immense amount of life-changing side effects in and of itself. So because they didn't believe her and listen to her, the surgery was only available when it would also ruin her life more than just leaving the lesions. So she just had to live with them for the rest of her life. And that's the reason why it takes on average 10 years to be diagnosed with endometriosis, is because 9 times out of 10, if you report chronic pain to a doctor and you're female, you will not be believed. And if you complain about period pain to a doctor, they will tell you you're supposed to be in pain. It's period. So it's very, very hard to get a doctor to look into your period, no matter how severe it is, no matter what health problems you're experiencing because of it. But yeah, a normal period can have about as much pain as a heart attack, which is excruciating. But endometriosis makes it worse. Makes the bleeding heavier, makes your whole body in so much more pain than that. I've had periods where I would rather break my arm again than go through that. If someone said, "You can break your arm and have it in a cast for 6 months, or you could have your period once a month for 6 months," I would go, "Hey, can I just break my arm?" Absolutely, in a heartbeat. It would no question. All the best for your surgery. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for your insight, very knowledgeable. Hope your surgery goes as smooth as Barry White's voice was. Thank you, I appreciate that. That exact thing happened to my girlfriend in Switzerland. Male doctors dismissed it, then she had to go to a female doctor to get it diagnosed straight away. She got it before the damage was so bad, but she was in agony. She also has ADD, which made premenstrual depression intense. Yeah, that's another thing. Drops in estrogen worsen ADHD. And sadly, this really hurt my mom in another way because my mom, I have really bad ADHD, and I'm pretty sure I inherited it from her. So she was desperate to get treated for ADHD, but she kept bringing it up with the doctor, and the doctor wasn't interested in furthering that. Um, so she went through the menopause, and the menopause, interestingly enough, was helpful and helped reduce some of her symptoms of her endometriosis because the hormonal changes can sometimes make the lesion shrink, not go away completely, and it didn't fix everything for her, but it definitely reduced the agony and the problems it was causing for her. And then the next thing was, because of her menopause, it exacerbated her ADHD because it causes a drop in estrogen. And fluctuations in estrogen and progesterone severely impact ADHD. So a lot of women go through the menopause and they get really confused and scatterbrained and can barely function or get anything done. And for my mom, that was started to happen. And if she had had access to ADHD meds, it would have profoundly helped her. But they didn't give her any and they wouldn't listen to her. So what ended up happening was that when she got cancer, she had that to deal with on top of her treated endometriosis. And then her ADHD got so intense, she just could not keep up with anything. She couldn't focus on anything. She couldn't reply to any emails. She couldn't keep up with her doctor's appointments, nothing. She barely could keep herself housed. I had to really step in and help her with everything because her mind just couldn't latch onto anything. And so, like, it not being believed or helped by the doctor for many, many years will get you killed. I do think that my mom would have lived a lot longer if she had been believed and gotten the healthcare that she needed when she needed it. She was truly deeply let down. How are you soft this much? I mean, I'm just gonna say it, streaming just doesn't get me hard. I think that's just part of it. I think it's quite easy to stay soft around you. Lucian, you just have that effect. Can I know what is endometriosis? So a lot of people are asking that, and it's really cool that you're interested, but I think you should Google it because I have just explained, and a lot of people are asking about it because obviously the stream. But like, and it's nice that people are asking. I would love for more people to know what it is because a lot of people have female relatives right now who are going through it and have no idea. And if you knew what the symptoms meant, that you might be able to get someone into get diagnosed and say, hey, have you looked into endometriosis before they before it gets life ruining, because endometriosis can be permanently life ruining because it can grow so much that removing it would cause more harm than good. Has your mom passed? Yes, she is now dead. She died last year. And her life was just absolute hell. And I think like a big part of what completely ruined her life and mine was the fact that she didn't get diagnosed with endometriosis. Like, there was a couple of other things she should have definitely got diagnosed with too, and that was a contributing factor. But my mom couldn't work because her endometriosis was so bad. 2 weeks out of every month, she was bleeding too heavily to move. So and she was in so much excruciating pain. And then she spent 2 weeks recovering from the last period before it was period time again. So she wouldn't even spend any time being well. Like all the time was either enduring it or trying to recover from it. So yeah, um, it completely ruined her life. Her life was so hard, but she couldn't have a job, so I was a starving child. We couldn't afford food. Our house was always falling apart. We were in and out of homelessness. My mom's health completely ruined my childhood. Ruined her life, obviously. I don't want to say like, oh my god, how dare she get sick? It destroyed my life. Like, I spent my life caring for her. I spent my life at home, not able to get a job or anything because I had to take care of her. That was a big part of it. I had a lot of obstacles going on. The Tourette's was definitely getting in the way. But even if I could have got a job, like I still had to take care of my mom. So yeah, it kind of ruined 2 lives that the doctors just would not listen or look into it. Is 2 weeks long for a period? Periods usually last about 2 days to 5 days. 5 days is, like, the long end of how long you would have a period. Nothing is designed to bleed for 2 weeks and not die. Like, it is very difficult to survive that level of blood flow for that long. It was such a quick thing to diagnose too. Yeah. I googled it and I hope you get better because it's really painful from what I know. Yeah, I do suffer from a lot of extreme pain, but it could be other conditions. Right now they're looking into it and they think it's endometriosis, and if they are looking for lesions to prove it, and they will remove them if they see them on the spot. They won't book another surgery, they'll just do the 2-in-1, find and remove. If it's not that though, I still am in a lot of pain. But like I have quite a high pain tolerance because, I was abused as a child. So I had, and also like nobody gave a shit about my extremely painful periods that I've been having ever since I was really young. I got my first period when I was like 9, maybe younger, maybe 8 or 7, but I was very, very young. And they've always been really, really heavy and really excruciating. So I have had to grin and bear it for a very long time. But this is why streaming has been awesome for though, because like, um, for the first time in my life, I am able to just take time off if I'm in pain or suffering or not, like, and I'm going through it, which is not something that was available as an option to me growing up at all in any circumstance. Um, because I still had loads of animals, rescue animals to take care of. I still had my mom to take care of. And when I got my job, I still had that to do. And if I didn't do it, like because I was self-employed, I would just lose my home. So I had to go to work even if I was ill, even though I was self-employed, like I had to still go and I had to still go take care of my mom and I still had to take care of the animals and everything. There was just no break, no matter how bad I felt. And doing this has been the first time ever where like I'm like, fuck, I can just take care of myself. I can just stop. I can just stop. We see behind the scenes bunny content as an uplifter. As in like you guys want to see like what the bunnies made of the the cake yesterday? Hang on, let me download all the videos and open them. I don't know how best to open them all. Hang on. Because I have loads of videos saved of the bunnies really enjoying their new cake that was sent through Throne. And I was quite excited about it. I've saved them all and I want to show you. But I'm just figuring out the best way. Because I want to be able to just click through them. There we go. I think I did it. I did. I'm so smart. Okay. Okay, but enlarging it and full screening it is the challenge? What the fuck? There we go. You ready? You ready for bun footage? Yeah? Okay. I don't want to force it on you because I know some people will endlessly show you like 600 pictures of their dog. And you're like, it's okay. I see that you have a dog. Yes, that is still a dog. That is a, and they will send you like, they will show you like 54 nearly identical photos of the same fucking dog. And I don't want to be that person. But here's the bunny enjoying the cake. Look at him savoring it. They did tip it upside down and just. He's really, really numbing it, but like the cake is a bowl full of hay, and they just tipped out all of the hay and spread it everywhere. But they absolutely loved it. So the viewers, if you don't know, the viewers get to send things in now. I have a throne where people can join and just buy things on that wish list for the bunnies. So this is the first ever birthday cake they've ever had. And it's like a specifically for bunnies birthday cake. And I'm glad you actually get to hear their little nomin sounds. You can't hear it? Oh, thank you, Alan. You can't? Hang on. Is it just... It's 100... I can hear it. It's 100% volume. I love you. Well, I guess you miss out on the nomin sounds. Because I don't know how to fix it. He flipped it. Yeah, and then there was a point where I don't know if you saw, but there was a bit where Halva just stole it from him as well. Like, he was nomming it, and she just snuck up behind him and just pulled the whole thing behind him and ate it. There was theft involved. But yeah. Oh, I stopped the music for nothing then. Damn it. I'm gonna give them the balls you sent in next, because I know they're gonna enjoy throwing balls. Is there peak footage? I haven't really looked through that. I didn't have enough time before the stream, but maybe there will be next time. When you go for surgery, bring 5-hour energies for the nurses and surgeons, healthcare workers, healthcare workers. I don't know what 5-hour energies are. Are they supposed to have those? I had this friend from Romania who said that he wanted to work in healthcare because in Romania you have to bribe your doctor in order to be seen. And so it's expected that you'll bring gifts and offerings for your doctor. So you have to bring them like expensive gifts and like food and stuff like that. Yeah. And so he wanted to work as a person who scans people's boobs. I forgot what it's called. You know the panini press for boobies that scans them? Yes, he wanted to do that, but then he trained for it and he realized that most of the boobs that he would be like scanning would not be sexy boobs. They would just be like random old lady boobs and stuff, and he was less interested. Ruined boobs for him, poor guy. I wouldn't want a man to do that anyway, lol. Yeah. How long is your recovery after the surgery? So they say that it can take around a month, that you might be moving around and doing things by week 2 maybe, but you're not allowed to fully go back to work or anything until like week 3 or 4. But my work is just sitting here hanging out with you, so I don't know how soon I'll feel able to do that. How many footage do you have? You record your buttons 24/7. Well, the thing is, it's usually on a motion detector, so it only really films when it thinks it's gonna be like significant. Um, so like it's not like just a 24-hour long bit of film every single day. It's just chunks whenever they run past a camera or do something, move around a lot. And this means that like I don't mainly do it for the stream, I'll be honest with you. I do it because when I'm away, I can see whether or not they need me to come running home. Like, I can tell when they last ate and drank. So whenever they've needed to go to the vet and they've stopped eating, I can tell them the exact amount of time that they've stopped eating. If they get injured, I can go and scroll back and see exactly when and how they got hurt. Things like this. So it allows me to be just a better carer for my rabbits and gives me essential information that can save their lives. Yeah, exactly. And it means that even if I have a pet sitter, like if anything was to go wrong with the pet sitter, I will know. Because like I'm the kind of person who will sit there at a club and think, how are my bunnies doing? And I have to stop everything I'm doing, put down my drink, stop dancing, and just go and scroll through and see that my rabbits are okay before I can continue having fun again. Because like there are some people who've left their dog with like a friend of theirs as a pet sitter, and like their friend has beaten their dog to death or whatever. So like even I don't think I have friends like that, but it means that I never have to take that chance in any way. Like even if I misjudge someone, I would still stand a chance of knowing what's going on exactly and be able to save my rabbits. Oh, did someone just get more bunny gifts? Thank you so fucking much. I think I saw in the preview it's bamboo sticks. They love those. They absolutely love those. Does endo not become a non-issue if I'm on an injection to stop periods? I don't know. I feel like that is a Google question, not a streamer question. I feel like you should never get healthcare advice from a streamer. You can get healthcare opinions from anyone, but you shouldn't get advice from that and your whole understanding of endo from me. And also, I think that we need to lose this expectation that people who have something are experts on it, because you all have kidneys, but that doesn't make you a kidney doctor. Like, if someone was dying of renal failure, I wouldn't call you in and go, hey, you, Timmy, you have a kidney. What should we do about this? Could you do some surgery? True. Same with cars. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's a good point with cars. No, I'm on testosterone and I'm trans. My periods have stopped, but my endo is still a huge problem pain-wise. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. But I guess that answers the question. Thank you so much. I grabbed a nurse's bum accidentally once when she woke me to take my blood pressure. In my half awake state, my brain thought she was my wife. I was mortified and apologized endlessly. Well, if it makes you feel any better, nurses get molested all of the time because they get molested by people who are like drugged up, people who have dementia, things like this. So I don't know. I feel like they should be paid better because they go through endless bullshit like that. Why would that make anyone feel better? This, in fact, did not make it better. Yeah, so, you probably just added to all the long list of terrible things that happened to that nurse that day. I feel bad as well because emergency services last night, like, people on call have already come forward and confirmed, yeah, loads of women got beaten last night because England didn't win the football. It goes up on average by 30%, but, yeah, the people who, I forgot what they're called, the ones who take the calls. Well, that's horrendous. Yeah, a lot of people who work for the NHS or work for emergency services have been like, yeah, yesterday and the day before was incredibly rough. Um, dispatches. There we go. Do you have a good list of movies, games, books, etc. stuff to do while recovering? I have a list of things I can do while recovering, but they're mainly productive, like researching investments and things like this. But like, and finance stuff, and finalizing my will, and things like that. I've got productive things to do while I'm laying in bed. But I also want to see some movies. I do. I don't have a comprehensive list. So if you've got recommendations, run them by me. I recommend watching The Backrooms again. Yeah, The Backrooms was so fucking good. And it was so deep as well. I saw a clip of someone destroying their TV over the loss. Not sure how authentic it was, but it's hard to see that. Right? I never want to hear anyone say that women are more emotional ever the fuck again. Just nope. Men are not less emotional. I refuse that. Just no. No. Wait, there's a movie for The Backrooms? Yes! Have you not heard? I swear, it's one of the best horror movies I've ever seen. And I love horror, and I've seen a lot of horror movies. And it's so fucking good. The Backrooms horror movie, it came out recently. I just saw it in the cinema. I won't say any spoilers, but I will say it has a really great spin on the monster. The monster is not lore accurate. There is a monster, it's not lore accurate. It's better than the in-game monster. But the backrooms exist, and the concept behind how the backrooms works, I think, is lore accurate. And it follows somebody who finds the backrooms and everything that he discovers in there. And the backrooms in it are really beautifully crafted. It's very convincing. It's very tense from the beginning. You are given an example of why the backrooms is so devastatingly dangerous. So there's this perpetual tension the whole way through the movie. And then there's a big reveal. So try not to look at any spoilers. Do not look up anything about the backrooms. Just know that most people who've seen it think it's really, really good. The people who are critics of it are usually just kind of dumb. And I've seen critics say, oh, well, it was scary because XYZ. And usually they're people who just didn't notice details that do make it scarier for the people who did see those details. It adds tension, it adds fear, but like also they just didn't understand the subtext and like the deeper meaning of the movie as well. But anyone who caught the subtext fucking loves it as well. I was like, oh my god, that was so beautifully displayed. So everything about it is awesome. Really, really awesome. I really recommend that you sit on YouTube and watch breakdowns of how, explaining all of the details of the backrooms, because I guarantee you there'll be at least one or two things that you miss, but it's worth catching all of the details. Do you still collect skulls? Yeah, I mean, I'm not in a lot of situations where I find them anymore, and I don't buy them. So I haven't been adding to my collection really, but I do have all of my skulls still. And I'm not the kind of person who just gets bored of like major hobbies. So I expect I'll have my entire skull and bone collection for the rest of my life. Would you recommend watching or reading something before watching it? No. No. I don't think there's anything else that you could view that would make it better, to be honest, or add to it in any way beforehand. I'd say just don't look it up or anything, just go watch it and then look stuff up after. You know what? I've just realized I didn't see Iron Lung, and I should. Maybe I should add that to the list. All right, I'm writing these down. Fuck it. I'm getting a lot of recommendations here. Let me get my trusty little pad. So, The Cube. I've not heard of The Cube. Iron Lung. Obsession. What else have we got here? Vivarium. I've seen Vivarium. Rewatch Arcane. I mean, to be fair, Arcane is incredibly good. What are you due for, if you don't mind me asking? I'm getting endometriosis surgery very soon. So this will be my last week of streaming. I think Saturday will be my last stream for quite a while. Windows Bay? What's that about? I've never heard of Windows Bay. Mulholland Drive messed me up? Oh, is that an actual show? What is that? The Nun? Is that isn't that part of a series? The Nun? I don't think I've seen it. There's a new season of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Is it animated or is that the live action one? Because to be honest with you, I tend not to. I've never thought to go and see a live action version of anything because I don't want to see the movie again in just more detail. Because like that just makes me think of, you know, in SpongeBob when you do like the super graphic close-ups of something and they're slightly more ugly than the cartoon itself. It just makes me think that there's SpongeBob and then there's hypergraphic SpongeBob, and it's like, it's the same story. Why would I watch the same story, but just uglier? You're dyslexic. They typed Widow's Bay. Okay, what the fuck is Widow's Bay? And what's Mulholland Drive? Are they horror movies? What are they? It's a film, but like, is it a horror film? Or a drama? What's it about? Like, can you, without any spoilers, can you give me like an overview? Like, it's a thriller. I feel like I'm talking to a bunch of people who aren't really talkers. I feel like I'm talking to the kind of people you have to ask 100 questions to get one answer. And I'm the kind of person you ask one question to get 100 answers from. So if someone's like, how are you today? I'll be like, let me just start from the top and you will learn everything. What I had for breakfast and dinner, my opinion on something that happened in the street across the road, like what my buddies got up to, everything. I will say more than you asked. I feel like I'm talking to people who will say less than I asked and would need to be asked 1,000 things to find out even slightly enough information to make a decision. An actress hires a hitman to take out their successful lover. Ah, okay. Is that the Mulholland Drive one? Or the Windows Bay? Windows Bay is a comedy horror? I don't know. Comedy horrors aren't scary, though. That defeats the point of a horror. That's just a violent comedy. I don't think that you can have a comedy horror. It's just comedy violence. It takes all the fear out of it. And I like things to be like tense. I want to be gripping my cock. I want to cock. I want to cock. I want to be gripping the edge of my seat to be clear. Not anything else. Not to horror, anyway. Mulholland is very psychological. All I know is that there's lesbians. And Chapel Roan sings about Mulholland Drive, so I need to watch it. I mean, these are all legitimate reasons. I mean, why don't we start there? No wonder chat likes it. Mean Girls is a generational masterpiece. I don't think I've actually watched it. I don't think I've seen it. All I know is that there's a meme saying, "You can't sit with us!" And that's all I know. Oh, and is that the one where it's like, you can't just ask someone why they're white? You should watch Friends from start to finish, but without the laugh tracks. I mean, if I wanted to interrogate someone, I would put that on, but I don't think I'd do it to myself intentionally. What kind of surgery? So should we put that in the title? Or like a pinned message? Maybe a pinned message. Well, then the YouTube people aren't gonna see it. Otherwise, I'm gonna feel like this entire stream is like, you know those little board, like, square things where someone presses the button and, like, a little robot will do, like, an automated response over and over again? Like those fortune teller robots, you press the button. Otherwise, this entire stream will be, ah ha ha, yes, I am getting surgery. Yes, it is for endometriosis. Endometriosis, you don't know what that is, you say. Well, endometriosis is this, and XYZ, and that'll be on repeat, like an answering machine, the entire stream. Or maybe I should just lie every time for the memes. Next person to come in, I'll be like, yes, I am performing surgery on someone. It is going to be my first surgery. I haven't trained specifically in neurosurgery, but I wanted to give it a try. I wanted to try my hand because it's always something I've had a special interest in. I saw a few episodes of House, and I have a neighbor who thinks they might have a brain tumor. So we're gonna do an unboxing and see if we can find a brain tumor. I mean, what's the worst case scenario? We just find a brain? I mean, oh no. Brains are great. I'd love to find a brain. Sometimes I listen to my neighbor and I wonder if he does have one, so it might still be a surprise, to be honest with you, but let's find out. Tune in next week, guys. Lotus Flower, thank you so much for the 45 month, by the way. Bitch. Have you seen 2001 Space Odyssey? It's old. It's a bit of a slow burner, but very good and trippy. I love the suggestion, and it probably would bring me up to date with like my culture as a human being because it's such an entwined. I feel like some bits of media are like classics for a reason, and they informed a lot about us and our understanding of the world and how we interact with each other and stuff. But at the same time, I don't think I can manage slow burners anymore. I think my one of my cortexes is fried. The one that made me pay attention to things for more than 10 minutes at a time is broken. Ah. Anita never watching One Piece then. Well, the thing is One Piece actually fast-paced per episode? That's the question. It's not how many series it is. And it's not really how long it is, it's how slow burn. I don't need explosions and titties every 5 seconds. It's not like I need to be able to break into a wank to pay attention to anything. But I do need something to be happening. The Man Who Fell to Earth with David Bowie was good. Yeah, but he fucked kids. So, you know. Who? David Bowie. Yeah, it's like recommending Jim'll Fix It for my recovery, or like Ralph Harris stuff, you know? Like, it's a bit awkward when you know what they get up to, what they were up to while they were doing all that. First time I've heard that, it really amazes me that so few people know that David Bowie fucked kids. Like, specifically. Like, I feel like that is the thing that bothers me the most, is that so many of the wrong-uns from history that are considered the greats, people want to desperately look for an excuse to excuse them, to overlook it, and to give them a pass. So what people say about David Bowie was he was from a different time. That's what they say about him. And so people overlook it and try to forget because they want to enjoy the media that he was in. That's why. It's because they have an element of nostalgia and they really like a movie or a music or a thing that he was in. So they really don't want to think about him that way because they stand to lose something that is important to them if they fully acknowledge the reality of the situation. And the way I see it is that I think that you can listen to someone's music and you can separate the artist from the art to a degree. Like, I wouldn't buy anything that would send money directly to an evil person, right? So, but like, I feel like using a park bench that was put there by like somebody who committed crimes like 100 years ago is not gonna make you evil or do something bad. Consuming products that, you know, come from people that you don't ethically agree with is fine if you're not giving money to them. And so I don't think like David Bowie's gonna like specifically financially benefit from me watching a movie from 1971. So it could still well be something that, you know, is fine and it doesn't impact me. But like when I have so many non-pedo based movies to watch, because like I know it's gonna break the immersion for me. I know I'm gonna sit there and go, oh my god, at this time, at this age, he had already gotten like 3 victims or whatever. Like or something like that, and I'm gonna get distracted. I'm not gonna think of him as the character he's playing. I'm gonna think of him as the criminal and think, yeah, what happened with him? What exactly was Jim fixing for the name to be that? So I think what would happen, I think the premise of the show, it wasn't my era, so I think it was like before long, like 20 years before I was born, he was doing all this shit. Um, but I'm pretty sure he went to like sick kids or kids who were going through horrible time, like kids who had cancer in the hospital and things like that. And he would have them make a wish. It was kind of like a make a wish. And they'd be like, "Oh, I can't. I'm too sick. I can't do the XYZ." And they'll be like, "Jim will fix it." And then he would make it so like the cancer patient could go do the fun thing they've always been wanting to do. You know? Are you mental? David Bowie didn't do that. You're thinking of Gary Glitter. Okay, let me just fact check because I am bad with names. Maybe you're right. In the early 1970s, David Bowie was linked to the Baby Groupies, a scene of underage girls, mostly aged 12 to 16, who frequented clubs on the Sunset Strip. The most prominent were 14-year-old Laurie Matix and Sable Starr. Matix publicly claimed that she had sexual encounters with Bowie. There you go. I didn't get the name wrong. Did he admit to it? I kind of feel like that's irrelevant because in 99% of all situations where this happens, the person is not going to admit to it whether they did it or not. I don't think that that's proof of anything. Like, if we only prosecuted the people who admitted to it, like, nobody would ever be prosecuted. Ever. That's not proof it happened either way. Ever. Rolling Stones, Jimmy Page, and the likes with that group too. Yeah, there were a lot of people who were engaging with baby groupies. Like, it was a whole culture back then. You would be disappointed in a huge percentage of people from that time. I'm shocked to learn about what Bowie did. Yeah, I feel like what happens with people, especially when there's someone secondary who benefits from a man staying famous, usually what happens is, especially if the man dies and their legacy, like the ownership of their music or their product that they made is then passed down to some larger company or something that is continuing to benefit from them, is that that company or the family members who inherit like all of the proceeds moving forward or whatever from something that continues to be popular to this day, right? They will rebrand and kind of try to skim over and uncancel somebody for that behavior. But at the time when he was doing it, when David Bowie was specifically doing it, people just didn't care about pedos anyway. Like, it was just considered normal for adult men to prey on young girls like that. So nobody really, people would just get away scot-free with behaving that way anyway at the time. So you will find there are some prominent examples. I wonder if you can guess who, but there was somebody who'd had multiple big scandals, lawsuits, and all the rest of it regarding his predation on young children. And when he died, like, all of the media was so avidly expressive about presenting it and talking about it all of the time. And then when he died and a new industry owned all of the proceeds from his music and movies and things like that, he went through a rebrand, and they released a load of stuff going, look, one of the trials didn't work out, and so maybe they're all a lie. Like, one particular victim didn't win their trial, so he must be fine in every single way. And now his music is popular again, and a big company is making millions from movies, biographies, music, and all of the brands and everything associated with that particular star now. And this is one of the vested reasons why a lot of people get away scot-free with doing things, even if it's been proven in a court of law that they actually did them. Even if there are multiple witnesses, even if there are 350 victims that come forward about something, a guy can still get away scot-free and end up in a very big position of power. You could even be a president. So I think, like, what happens here is a lot of people are really willing to overlook the evidence. And also some people are of the opinion that if someone comes forward about having been molested specifically, if they didn't have a GoPro strapped to their chest and record every single minute of it, you have to presume that it never happened. And even though in most cases, when something sexual happens, there will be no evidence. And even if there is evidence, usually it's submitted and the police get rid of it. So a huge percentage in America of all of the rape kits ever submitted get thrown away before they're actually tested, because the victims are not told that they only hold it for 30 days, a rape kit, and if it's not utilized for anything in that time, they will throw it away. So a lot of victims go, I'm recovering right now. I will wait until I'm fully recovered to pursue charges. I've submitted the evidence. It's just waiting for me. I'll be able to prosecute when I'm ready, because they're not told that it will get thrown out, that it will be thrown in the trash or disappear. For some people, they submit a rape kit and in less than 30 days, it has disappeared. And so a lot of the evidence that is submitted in these cases is thrown away by the police, or the police will discourage victims from coming forward and go, it will be a bloodbath. They will come after you. It will be more traumatic to press charges. Just don't waste our time. And they will actively discourage women even when there's proof. So the idea that there has to be a court case, there has to be police involved, otherwise it never happened. There has to be video evidence, otherwise it never happened. Kind of just says that anybody who manages to do it and not leave a trace gets away scot-free, and anyone who reports it must be lying if they can't prove it. And that's really toxic, and it makes the world an incredibly dangerous place. Sad truth, and you're right. Yeah, I mean, I just started watching a documentary about Rolf Harris and how he got away with it for years. And he was working for, like, this big show called the BBC, like this big media channel in the UK. Hilarious name, I know, but we've been watching the BBC and all the channels in it. I think it had like 4 or 5 channels at the beginning, and then it expanded into lots of channels. But the BBC was like the main television provider for the UK. And they hired Rolf Harris to perform. He would do paintings on shows, he would produce music, he would do all these things. And, like, the people who worked at the BBC who hired him told any women, don't walk ahead of him. Don't get in a lift alone with him. Do not go up the stairs ahead of him alone. Do not get caught in a stairwell alone with him. Avoid him. Make sure he can't get into your changing room. Lock your changing room. Never be in a changing room alone with him. And they put all of the responsibility. They knew he was a molester. They knew that he was, like, groping people and forcing himself on people in horrible ways, right? But what they did about it was they just put all the responsibility on all of the women to just not be anywhere near him. And he would even grope them and molest them on TV in front of people. Like, he would do a dance with a woman and he'd feel her up on camera without her wanting him to, and things like this. He was really pushy with it. And in the end, like, whilst all of this was going on, no one was reporting it to the authorities or prosecuting it. His daughter, his, like, 13, 14-year-old daughter, had a best friend who was also 13 or 14, and he was going over to her house and molesting her. So his daughter's best friend was one of his child victims. He was attacking both women and young girls, but everyone knew he was a molester, and he got to be an old man before it even began to catch up to him. He was doing it for decades. And a lot of these women just couldn't prove it. So, you know, if you need, like, if 20, 30 victims come forward over time about someone and you're like, it's just your word against his, then it makes the world a dangerous place and kids get molested. Old famous men are disgusting. Well, the thing is, he was doing it while he was young. He was disgusting the whole time. Why are you only mad about it when he's, like, gray? Several got to die in an old age before people believed the victims. Yeah. And there's loads of corroborating evidence as well. There'll be loads of witnesses. There'll be loads of, like, criminal evidence that just never gets used as well. So it's an unfortunate situation we're sitting in right now, honestly. But what's really, really interesting is that we're starting to be able to work on technology that records memories and can record what you're seeing in real time. And this is fascinating, and it circles back to this issue. But, like, one of the things that I found really interesting about it is we started doing it with cats, and we started, like, translating real-time thoughts from a cat and translating it into images. And we actually found that cats kind of anthropomorphize our faces to look more cat-like. So, like, when they take stills from it, it's like a humanoid figure with, like, a cat-like face. So they visually distort our faces to be a bit more recognizable and understandable to themselves, right? So if that technology progresses, and to be honest with you, it's really common for this kind of technology to be really, really advanced already in the military, but we're just discovering it now outside of it. Like, usually if you're discovering a technology, the military have had it for decades and a way better version of it, right? So we discover things on a delay after humanity is already using it to some degree. So I do wonder if we're already at the point where we're able to recreate images from people's perception just from scanning their brains, if there may become a time where your visual memory of a crime may be used in a court of law. So, like, in cases like this, maybe there will never be a "it was his word against yours" thing ever again, because you could just literally hook up a scan and read their memories. Yeah, that would be amazing. I mean, it wouldn't help in every single case, and I still don't think it would actually end sexual assault if you think about it. Because then you have to think about the next step, which is that a huge rise in crime has happened where husbands are drugging their wives and then recording themselves gang raping their wives. So, there's a major case of this in France right now, where one woman discovered that she had been the victim of multiple sexual assaults because she had been drugged. And in that specific scenario, her wife her husband had been doing it to her for decades, and many of the men were coming over and they were told that she was drugged. And so a lot of the men in the videos were prosecuted, and they pretended that they didn't know she was drugged, didn't know she was not consenting, or, was told it was a fetish or role play and didn't know it was real, these sorts of things. But we now know that this is a flavor of crime that's very popular, and that many men are giving each other tips online on how to get away with it, essentially. So in that sort of situation, being able to do memory recall like that wouldn't solve anything, because as far as you know, you go about your day normally, you drink your late night cup of tea before bed, it's drugged, you don't know, you don't see anything. All that the memory would show is you have a cup of tea, you go to bed, it wouldn't show anything. You would just wake up in the morning having no idea that anything bad had happened to you. So it wouldn't solve everything. It wouldn't solve the reason why a lot of funeral services tend to try and employ women. things like that. But it would solve a significant amount of the issue of that people overwhelmingly assume a woman is lying. Even though it's more likely that the perpetrator is lying. Like, statistically, almost 100% of the time, the person who assaulted someone lies and says, I didn't assault them. It is overwhelmingly more common for them to go, no, I didn't, and it be a lie. But we just assume that any victim is lying. Please do not get breast reduction surgery. Think about what you are doing. I mean, that's a really funny comment. I kind of feel like even if it was, it's not. But even if it was reduction surgery, like, wouldn't my health mean more? Like, what people think when they glance at me would mean so much less than my fucking health, my dude. This person's known me for 6 seconds and they're way too invested in keeping me looking exactly the same. But, like, why is it so many people jump to the conclusion that this is obviously what's gonna happen? What? What? Like, why do people don't think that I wouldn't need anything else? Health comes first. Yeah, I believe so. I kind of feel like if I had a wife and she needed a double mastectomy, I'd support her through that. But then maybe that's just because I'm bisexual and I could fall in love with someone who has, like, boobs or not. Like, boobs can be nice, no boobs can be nice. Either is fine. So I guess it's different for me. But it's the same with guys. Like, if they needed their dick or balls removed for their health, I'd be fine. Absolutely fine. So, like, if a guy with, like, really beautiful, sparkling, perky little balls was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to have ball removal surgery, I wouldn't be like, no! Random friend I see every other Tuesday. Why won't you think of your future wife? Leave the balls alone! Just suffer! Bear through it! Think of the women! Think of the balls! Think of the scrotum! I think there is fake balls. It's true. They could just get implants. It's fine. I came back to thinking of the scrotum. Yeah, you're welcome. Are you thinking about it? Good boy. Oh, we all know that balls are ugly as hell. I feel like men are just kind of like a bit self-centered when it comes to imagining what is hot. So they cannot imagine what women find hot. I know this. We all know this. Men cannot imagine women being attracted to them. They don't try a lot of the time. Barely any men actually try to be attractive, and they don't bother to know what women find attractive. But yes, women do find balls attractive. There are plenty of women who like a good perky pair of balls that isn't too long, isn't too wrinkly, you know, maybe shaved or waxed. Nice, shiny, bouncy, perky pair of balls. That's crazy. No, it's not. There are plenty of women who love balls. Damn, I never knew. Yeah, because most guys don't try to make their balls look attractive. They don't care. Like, a lot of guys will prefer a woman to be shaved or smooth, but they've never really thought about what a woman would prefer about their genitals at all. And they're missing a trick. Waxed. Yeah, waxed men are in high demand. It's rare and it's a perk. Like, guys who wax their ass crack, especially. God damn. Because, like, even if a woman doesn't plan to get back there, it means you're clean. It means when you wipe, you're actually wiped. Do you know how many men leave skittle marks on the bed sheets and things like this? Like, having proper hygiene and not having like a whole swampy area back there is appealing, for real. Also, a man who's willing to put as much effort into his appearance as a woman is in high demand. A guy who, goes and gets his, plucks his own eyebrows, who, takes care of himself, preens, makes sure that he's pleasant to touch and smell and be close to, you know, kind of man who waxes his chest hair into a more appealing shape or whatever, you know? It's low-key hard to shave the crack, but plucking it is easy. Do you pluck your crack with tweezers? That is so hardcore. I'm disturbed and intrigued. Like, I don't want to mentally picture or anything, so like I'm kind of scared to ask further questions, but I have so many. Like, how do you get a good angle to see what you're doing? Why would you do it one by one? Have you not heard of waxing? Would waxing not be more efficient? What's tweezers? And am I uninformed? You don't even know what tweezers are, you lucky bitch. You lucky bitch. Like, women are bullied and, like, their life is over the minute that they turn 11 and they haven't started plucking their eyebrows and ripping out each individual hair one by one with a pair of tweezers. And you've never been pressured a day in your life. You have no idea what a pair of tweezers is. That's crazy. Love what you love. Plenty of men and women enjoy a hairy body. Yeah, I think hair and like body hair is like a good thing to have on your body and a really healthy thing to have on your body. But I still think that, if I was a dude and I had like a hairy, swampy, sweaty crack, I would wax it. For the simple reason that like you cannot wash a rug with toilet paper. Like if you get peanut butter on your rug, you would not be able to just perfectly clean off all of that peanut butter with a tissue paper. It might be slightly more achievable if it was a flat surface, like a kitchen counter, whatever, that didn't have any like fibers on it. Yeah, do you pick up what I'm putting down here, Ratchet? Though the analogy is intentional, okay? And so, like for that reason, I feel like if I had like if I had a butt rug, I would probably remove it. Because, like, there are like, people are scared of the regrowth and the, like, the stubble. I don't know if you've heard about, like, the issue with stubble, but, there are specific lotions with chemicals in that inhibit the regrowth of hair where you apply it. So you can get waxed and it could last for ages because it's waxing and it takes quite a long time for the hair to come back. But on top of that, you can apply stuff that makes it come back finer, softer, less itchy, and not come back for absolutely ages on top of that. And a lot of women are getting laser hair removal because women, when they take care of themselves, they take care of themselves, right? So they will sit there, legs spread, and like someone will be right up close to their butthole or their vajayjay, and they will be like plucking out each individual hair and putting a needle down into the hair follicle and zapping it so that the hair doesn't grow back again. And sometimes you need a few rounds of this, so you'll need to have every hair plucked out of that area individually and stabbed with a laser. Oh, he's got the zoomies. And you'll need to get that done 6 times over the course of a couple of years in order for that hair follicle to just never grow a hair in it again. For some people. Some people, it only takes a couple of rounds. Taper fade my hairs. Yeah, exactly. So those would be my recommendations. I think, you know, if I had a doodly amount of hair behind there, I'd have a very trusting relationship with my waxer. Laser is not worth it. It's legitimately a scam. Wax or Nair is just as effective. I understand spa days though. Well, I was like, does it work? But now I'm convinced it worked. And here's why. Because they're like Spanx, I think it was, one of the companies came out with a little thong that has like a fake bush that you can just wear as underwear with a fake bush on it, right? And they became really popular for rich people. They were rich people's underwear. And the reason why was because so many rich people had lasered their bush off, but bush had come back into fashion. And so like bush was sexy again very recently. So a lot of them were buying this underwear to have a fake bush thong. Wait, really? Yes. And the reason why is because they were rich and they'd had laser and the bush, they ain't got no bush no more. But their mans wanted a bush. So if laser didn't work, those little merkiny thongs would not exist. I'm just gonna lay that down. Makes so much sense just to trim them with a lighter. Lich, are you holding a lighter to your booty hole? Just like a hairspray flamethrower. Don't give him ideas. I feel like we're just paying attention to bodies to a level of detail we never knew of before. Like people invented a word for women who have hip dips. Like I didn't think hip dips were a flaw. I didn't even know people didn't like hip dips because hip dips were really popular back when like men were painting like in like the 1600s or whatever. Whenever the fuck people were painting those frescoes of beautiful naked women on the ceilings of churches, right? They were drawing women with hip dips. Really big, round hip dips. What is a hip dip? Okay, so women have been made really insecure about them. Hip dips. If I type that into Google, does it come up with images of hip dips? It comes up with women showing exercises to get rid of them. So some of these women are in thongs, and I don't know if I'm able to show these images, so I'm just going to show this illustration. I'll put a few. So there's one illustration. Medieval art woman. Actually, now that I think about it, a lot of the medieval art that I would show you is of naked women. I don't think I'm going to get away with pointing to how historically sexy they have always been considered. But I will show you this. So the lady on the left has hip dips, and the lady on the right has none. So, like, a lot of men who draw cartoon women will draw a sharp V, tiny, tiny waist, and then an outward curve here. And a lot of women with these hip dips here that come in are told that they're too fat or unhealthy, but this is actually just the top of their pelvis. It's not fat. So even skinny women can have really exaggerated hip dips. And the reason why is because this is the top of your pelvis and then it curves in like this and out again. Like, give me a second and I will get you a picture of a pelvis. So here is a picture of a pelvis. And what you're seeing is not fat, it's this bit. It's this bit. And sometimes it protrudes above the butt muscles for some women and men, to be honest with you. I've known men with hip dips. So hip dips are not like a sign of being overweight. But women are shamed into hating them, and there's a whole industry giving remedies and recommendations. Also, people release exercise routines to get rid of hip dips and things like this. And the red pill movement has come up with a word. It's like dimpies or something. I can't remember the exact word, but they say it as a way to neg women who've posted pictures of themselves who have hip dips. And some of the sexiest women in modern times actually have them. I'm not going to comment on other women's bodies, especially women that I've met. But like, there are some very famous Twitch streamers who have OnlyFans who have like really beautiful bodies, and they have very prominent hip dips. And they are ripped. They've got abs, they've got a low body fat percentage, you know, really sculpted, beautiful bodies that many people really lust after and find gorgeous. It is not a flaw, it's just a genetic trait. And it can be beautiful. But at the moment, we're being told that we should be ashamed of them, and women are desperately getting surgery and things like this to hide their hip dips. It's considered an insecurity. I've never heard of a hip dip till now. Really? Well, it's a massive insecurity that has been completely manufactured. And like, if I type in hip dips again, the first thing I got when I typed it in was a montage of videos saying how you can get rid of them. Like the top, when I just typed in Google hip dips, and the top result is hip dips. What are they and how you can get rid of them? Why? How do you fix hip dips? How to fix hip dips? And so, like, it is not something you get rid of with diet and workout. It is just an aspect of your body. Some women have more prominent ones, and some women have less prominent ones, and that is just how it is. It is not. And like, I'm literally on an Instagram post, and the pictures, I'm just gonna scroll through them. Oh, I accidentally liked it. I'm scrolling through it to make sure it doesn't have anything lewd in it. There we are. Yeah. But this is what you get. Like, here you go. So a comparison of hip dips. The lady here supposedly has ones, and this one is less of them. I think they're the same lady. I don't know. But like, they're recommending hip thrusts, Romanian deadlifts, reverse deficit lunges, like things to correct it. It's your bone structure. You can't correct your bone structure, but people are being told that it's ugly. One thing I've discovered is that strawberry legs is an actual term that people have invented for some minimal detail of their bodies. Yeah, and the funny thing is, no man has ever freaked out about having strawberry legs. And all it is the hair follicles on your legs showing. I have strawberry legs, and I used to be incredibly insecure about it growing up because when I was like 10, a girl came up to me and said, "You have strawberry legs." And well, one girl came up to me and went, "What is wrong with your legs?" And another one went, "You have strawberry legs. You need to shave." And shaving wouldn't get rid of it. It's just the hair follicles, right? And so I started shaving. I was like, I don't know what to do about this. And I complained to my grandma. And I was like, I don't know what to do about this. I have these red dots on my legs and I don't know what they are when they won't go away. And someone said I should shave, but I've shaved and they won't go away. And she was like, you should exfoliate. She didn't go, it's fine. They're just the hair follicles on your legs. You're supposed to have that. She went, you can exfoliate. We can buy a lotion to fix you. And so I started scrubbing my legs really aggressively and it didn't make it go away. It didn't change anything. And I still had strawberry legs. And I just thought something was wrong with me. And I never wanted to get my legs out. And I never wanted to wear skirts or anything because I thought people would see it and be disgusted with me. And men have it. It's something that affects both men and women and like equally. And I've never seen a man even know he has it. I will see men walk past me in shorts with strawberry legs and nobody even points it out to them. They don't even know they have it. Yes, I've seen men with it because nobody's disgusted with men. It's really easy to get disgusted with women all the time for every minor detail about them, but men, nobody's disgusted with them for aging, or for having legs, or for having hair follicles, or for getting wrinkles, or for having... They're just smoldering. It's not a resting bitch face. We're not even allowed to have magical powers. We're a witch, they're a wizard, you know? Like, it's crazy. That's when you know it's bad. I've never heard of strawberry legs. And yet women are taught to torture themselves over it since they were children. It's crazy. I love bringing these things up because you guys teach me that I am immersed in a world where I'm told that you people care about it and will hate me forever, and I will lose my job and I will lose all respect for my family and friends if I have these details about me. And you don't even know what they are. Like, I was taught from a little kid I should be chronically ashamed of every minor detail. Otherwise, you'll hate me. And I'm like, oh no, I've got to hide my strawberry legs. And you're like, you're what now? What? What is that? And like, if you don't know what strawberry leg is, it's like this. I think that's a good example. So this is an example of a strawberry leg. Can you see that okay? You see those tiny little bumps? Each one of those bumps is just where your hair leaves your hair follicle. I've seen so many women with legs like that. I've seen so many people with legs like that. That's it. Yep. But isn't that painful? No. Dealing with it is. You deal with it with acid. People put acid on their legs to deal with it. I want to paint myself red and RP as a strawberry. I feel like that's a great solution, honestly. I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about this, and it's interesting. Yeah, and like the thing is, I see a lot of it because a lot of people use it against me if I take pictures of myself because I'm in the public eye. So, like, you know, I will get thousands, sometimes millions of eyes on an Instagram post or whatever, and people will focus in on like enhance, 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 zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, and like circle like some random detail I didn't even notice about my body, and then say it's disgusting and I need to fix that right now, right? And so what happens is I'm hyper aware of my body because everyone else is. And then on top of that, other women watching become hyper aware of their bodies because they think, wait, that's a bad thing. And everyone's judging me for it. I had no idea. I better go fix that. Hey, Paul, thank you so much. I appreciate it, sweetheart. this is the second time I've cut your stream and you're talking about the human body. Yeah, it's an interesting topic. Anita, what do you do to mentally deal with disorders that no one ever asks for? Genetic, for instance. Do you view it as a life being sentenced for something that we were never committed? No, I don't. I feel like every single human body is borked. We all have health conditions. Like some people are born in it runs in the family to have bad knees, and your knees are going to be really painful for half your life. And for other people, it's things like ADHD or autism or whatever. But everyone has physical struggles along with mental struggles, along with circumstantial struggles, all of it. Like maybe you were born into a rich family and everything's really fine, but your sister is really evil and narcissistic and ruins your life every day, and it's done you an intense amount of psychological damage. Like on the surface, it might look like you have a really great life and you have no reason to be sad and you should just be grateful to be where you are. But actually, you have just as many struggles as everybody else, right? You just have different ones. And so I think that I'm not sat here like, why me, about the things that I struggle with, because I have a lot. I vomit like 8 or 9 times a day because I have a really, all the nerves in my esophagus don't work, so I can't swallow very easily. And I choke on things all the time and I'm in pain. And then on top of that, I have this endometriosis, possibly pain. I have MCAS, I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and I have Tourette syndrome, ADHD. I have a cluster of really bad problems, right? And I could sit here and be like, why me? But to be honest with you, I don't think about the whys of anything. I don't think that humans can deserve anything. I don't think that any of us deserve a good life. And that sounds like such an extreme thing to say, but hear me out. I don't think you can deserve a good life. And let me take you through that, because it's a very it's an amazing mindset. It will set you free. You will love life after hearing this, probably, because it made me love life. You can't deserve anything because things just happen. It's not organized, it's not fated, it's not designed. Things just happen because they happen. And the most obvious and easy way to describe this is like if there is a multiverse, if every possibility that could ever happen does happen in a universe. So like if you flip a coin, there is now a universe where the coin says heads and a universe where the coin says tails. Okay, let's imagine that's how the universe works, and that there is a universe for every possibility ever, right? Then in every single universe, no matter how the chips fall, no matter what life you had, right? If you believe in fate, you'd call it fate no matter what happened. Because every life you could ever possibly have is oddly specific. It's infinitesimally, statistically unlikely. There is no real average way to be a human. It's rare and unique, no matter how you manifest, right? So there was always going to be hardship. You just didn't get to decide which one. There is always going to be good shit. You just don't get to decide what good shit. Okay? There is no way to earn good things from the universe. There is no way to be a good boy and therefore get a good wife and a white picket fence and be awarded with a great life. That's not how it happens. You could be a good person and everything fall apart. You could be a bad person and everything go well. And vice versa. You could be a good person where everything goes well too, right? But nothing you do earns you an outcome. You cannot predict the world by just feeling like you deserve it. You cannot predict your health by just feeling like you deserve a healthy body. Okay? The only thing you really control is not the input, but the output. Okay? So you can't really truly decide what the universe does to you. You can't decide whether it gives you health conditions or a shitty friend or a partner that cheats on you or a workplace that explodes tomorrow or a house that gets earthquaked. You don't get to decide that. The input is not your choice. You don't get to choose how other people feel about you. You could be the most perfect person in the world and someone might fucking hate you just because you're more perfect than them and they're jealous. Like there isn't really a set amount of behavior or a set amount of action that will ever truly reliably earn you jack shit. You cannot deserve anything. It is not possible because you're not getting allocated experiences based on what you are owed or what you think you should get. All you decide is the output, is what you do with those experiences. So I am not any of my conditions. I'm what I do with my life. Okay? I am not any of the things I didn't choose about myself. That's just my circumstances. I'm the things I chose about myself. So if I'm a happy-go-lucky person, that is something I can take credit for because I chose it. If I am a smart person, it's because I chose it. I did the research. I built that intelligence. And if I'm someone who's social or friendly or trustworthy, if I'm someone who does things that I care about and enjoys them, that is who I am because I chose those things about myself. And those were things I decided. Okay? So, no, I am not committed to a life sentence because of my conditions or any bullshit like that. I'm not defined by them at all. Those conditions are not me. They're just something I'm going through, they're just something that's happening. That's not me. I'd be me whether I had Tourette's or not. Me shouting bitch tits at people is not a defining aspect of my character. It's just something I'm going through. It's just something that is happening. So when I describe myself, I don't describe my medical conditions. Because those are my circumstances, they are not my identity, they're not my personality, they're not the person inside the body. They are not the things I chose about myself. I don't think my body is really an extension of my identity because I didn't choose any of it. Like, I think it would be part of my identity if I got boob implants or if I got a piercing or if I got like a tattoo, because those are things I chose about myself, right? I feel like when you customize your character, you're adding identity to your body, but in its default state, it doesn't really carry any of your identity. It's just something that happened to you. That's just the genetic lottery, the default loadout. It's not who you are. You're not your body. You're not your eyebrows or your skin color or anything like that. You are the things you chose about yourself, which means you're not really your like ethnicity. You're not really your country because you didn't choose where you were born. You don't get to aim your mother's vagina before you land. You know? You didn't choose where you're from. So I don't think it's part of your identity. I don't know why people are proud of where they come from. You didn't do that. Your mom did. So no, I don't feel life sentenced and I don't feel like miserable and whiny about my conditions either. And I think part of that is because I've met people who have severe conditions who are doing things that are worthwhile with their lives. I don't think your degree of suffering necessarily has to influence your degree of meaning you get from your life and satisfaction you get from your life. It might sap some of the joy from your life, and that sucks. I don't want that for anybody. But you can still do important things and love aspects of your life even alongside the suffering. And we've recently learned that brains that we grow, human brains artificially that we grow, they suffer and die if you don't inflict suffering on them. A brain that exists without suffering decays and disappears really quickly. They can't keep brains alive unless they experience a full spectrum of experiences, which range from suffering to pleasure. So there is no way to exist on this planet without suffering because we are biologically designed to be dependent on it as part of the spectrum of needed experiences to live on a physical level, not just on a mental health status, but like brains physically decay and disappear without suffering. So you don't get to choose whether you suffer. And there is no such thing as deserving or not deserving to suffer. It will happen regardless. You cannot deserve in this world. Deserve does not exist. You are not owed anything by the universe. It doesn't feel like it has to pay you anything. There is no such thing as karma in the sense that some people think karma is when you get punished for doing bad things and the universe rewards you for doing good things, that all the energy you put out is returned to you. And I don't agree because it's just not that organized. It's completely randomized. It is completely randomized. The things you get out of your actions are not controlled or fair. And we know this because evil people can become billionaires and trillionaires. We know this. You know, good people can die of cancer. So if you get hung up on what you deserved, that is an imaginary confine where you're just torturing yourself. Nobody deserves anything, good or bad. It's not possible to, because we would need a universe that allocates experiences according to what you've done, and it doesn't. So it's a waste of time. So not once do I sit and dwell on whether or not I deserve to have endometriosis or whether or not I deserve to have a working brain and shit like that. Because that's not how the world works. I treat people fairly, and I believe in like creating justice and all those sorts of things, but I do not expect the universe to award me a healthy body because I'm such a nice person and I shouldn't have to be. But that's not how it works. There's no point asking that of a random system that doesn't decide anything. And yeah, I think that acting like, I don't deserve to be ill is acting like the universe is going to organize a default body for all of us. And I didn't get what I was owed, and it's not fair, and everything should be fair, and it's not. It'd be cool if life was fair, but it's not. It's random. And so the difficulty is randomized before you're born. The difficulty setting on this game is definitely randomized. You don't get to pick the slider. I agree. People should be good to do good to be good, not as a reward. Absolutely. It's why even if someone could prove to me that there was heaven or hell, I wouldn't give a fuck, right? I would do the good thing even if our God was evil and he would commit me to hell if I did this good deed. Like if there was a God standing over me going, I'll send you to hell if you feed that orphan, you have to ignore him because I wanted that orphan to suffer. That was my plan. I'd be like, fuck you, I'm feeding the orphan, bitch. Send me to hell. I don't care. So the idea of like a punishment or a reward after my life is irrelevant to my choices. I don't care what any deity thinks of what I do. I will do what I think is right. The system doesn't matter. If it was against the law to save someone's life, I would do it anyway because someone's life matters more to me than the law. Because I think that being an obedient person doesn't necessarily make you a good person. But yeah, do you guys want to see this house tour I saw? I was actually really interested in it. I was actually like, I really want to show stream this. Have a look. Let me pause the music. I know that the YouTube people can't hear it right now anyway, but
I'm Chang. I'm 21 years old, and I study and live in a city in Vietnam. Today is my day off, so I come back to my hometown. I want to share what my family life is like in the countryside. What my family's tiny home looked like. The reason why I like family support and how to fend for myself. How my entire family adapted to a life of hardship. This is my family's small house. It's only about 60 square meters, around 4 meters wide, and 15 meters long. Because we don't have much space, almost everything is placed in this main living area. Our TV, refrigerator, dining table, and even the family members' motorbikes are all kept here.
it's like they have to park inside their house. Like so much about this stuck out to me. They have to park their bikes inside the house at night where they sleep. I saw this a couple of days ago, really interesting. Yeah, I was fascinated with this, and there were so many things that popped out to me, like so many things. And it really made me aware of just like little things that I slowly gained the ability to do. Like I couldn't repair anything growing up. I lived in houses that were scuffed like this and falling apart. Like our ceiling was falling through in one of our houses and things like this. It was so cold in another house because there were holes in it that the outside was just coming in all the time. And this meant that like I would put a glass of water next to my bed and I'd wake up the next morning and be frozen. And I would lift like the blanket off of me and rats would scurry out, because it was so cold, rats would come under the covers, wild rats, to keep warm, and then I would throw the blanket off me, and like several rats would scurry into the holes in the wall. And like I had forgotten what it was like to not be able to do anything about that and to just have to exist in exactly the state that the house was in, no matter how bad it got.
Night, after everyone parked their motorbike inside, the house looked like this. This washing machine is very old and worn out. It would normally be placed in the bathroom, but because there isn't enough space, I have to keep it right by the front door. Although it looks old on the outside, it still works. This is
And like even with the washing machine, like most people would replace a washing machine that still works, that looks like that, just because it looks like that. Exactly, yeah.
a small plastic storage cabinet. We use it to store small household items. When your home is very cramped, it's one of the most practical and affordable storage solutions. Our dining table and chairs are placed next to holes that have started to crack. This house was built many years ago, so it's unavoidable that it has deteriorated over time. My mother has a foldable bed next to the cooking area. Since there isn't enough bedroom space, she has always had to sleep here in the living room. This is where we cook our meals. This is my parents' bedroom. Right now, my father sleeps here by himself. Almost everything in the room is old and worn out.
It looks so hot
The
and humid in there.
distance between
Yeah.
the door and the bed is too narrow, so this wardrobe can be used properly. That's why I replaced it with these clothing storage bags instead.
And like another thing that stuck out to me, she didn't mention it at all, is like I would feel so fucking vulnerable if this was the only security on my window. Like this tiny little sliding metal latch. And like that was the same for the door. Like we passed a door and I was like, look at that. That doesn't look, there's a sticker. And I would feel so vulnerable, and the worst part is that in poorer areas where you need the most protection from crime is when you get the least, and, like, not only is there so little to stop someone breaking in, but I bet you anything they're probably deprioritized by their local police if they ever did get a break-in as well. It feels so vulnerable to be in this position, and I've been in it. Like, when I was living where I was, when I was a youngster, my mom wasn't at home, and I think I was, like, maybe 13 or 14, and I was walking up the stairs to my kitchen, and this arm shot through my back door and started feeling, like, going boom, 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 feeling for the door handle to break in. Like, some guy had shoved his arm through frantically and was trying to pull down the handle of the door to come in when I was home alone. And, like, I was like, "Hello? What the fuck?" I literally was like, "Ah!" Because it was, like, horror movie-esque. It was so sudden and frightening. And then, like, I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Ah! And he had this interaction with me. And, like, I was genuinely, like, going over to the Hoover to get, like, you know, you can detach the Hoover metal. I was genuinely trying to get that so I could, you know, hit his arm. Yeah, the Hoover pipe. Yeah, I was like I was looking around, I was like, "Fuck, I'm gonna have to stop this guy." Yeah, and it sticks with you, like any small noise, and I would get up and check every single window and door in the house ever since. Growing up, that was like and I still do it. If I hear a small noise, I have to go check. I have to know, right? Because you leave it, someone could break in. And it wasn't like the only break-in, like I had a break-in, a proper break-in, where I had to fight with an intruder. So when I see stuff like this, it makes my stomach tense, just how flimsy and unprotected they are. Like, I would not feel comfortable with, like, my wife or daughter sleeping up next to an open front door. Like, the open front door thing that she was sleeping in front of, it scares me for their safety. Because I don't know, am I being weird? But I feel so nervous seeing that. Because the feet are right at the front door. Like, I would feel so vulnerable. I would feel like I would have nightmares that someone would just yoink me. You know? True, I'd feel nervous too. Exactly. But where were we? We were at here.
Replace it with these clothing storage bags instead. Like the rest of the house, the walls here have also begun to deteriorate. Above this room is a small loft, which serves as the bedroom that my older brother and I share. This hallway leads through the bathroom and toilet. I'm sorry if it looks old and dirty, but this is our real home. These areas were built at least 15 to 20 years ago, and they have become badly worn over time. They only meet our family's basic daily needs. Everything looks almost like a slum, but my family simply can't afford to renovate or improve it.
I was scared to look at the comments for that part because, like, I know what it's like to have a toilet that is really heavily stained and you can't replace it with, like, the grime and stuff around the edges of the sink and stuff. I faced grime like this and nothing helped. Like, I would people were like, pour Coke on it, pour bleach on it, do it XYZ, soak it for this many hours in this thing. And a lot of the recipes for removing these stains actually just like create chlorine gas and are actually really deadly. But, like, I tried so many home remedies and bullshit to try and take out all these stains, and they just don't fucking disappear. Like, nothing worked, and I would scrub and scrub and try and try. Like, when you have an old toilet, it just starts looking like it was made in Silent Hill after a while, and there's just no fixing it. And so even though that toilet is, like, actually quite neat and tidy, you have to try and try and try for it to still look low tier. Like, there is no cleaning it. She could scrub those black walls for the rest of her life, and they are never gonna stop being black, right? And so, like, that's another hidden part of, like, having nothing, is that you have to be so organized, so tidy, so clean, just to be at this tier of hygiene, just to have this level of environment. Because could you imagine if on top of this, they weren't cleaning it, or they weren't scrubbing it, or they weren't keeping it tidy? I've met people who live in mansions and it's messy and it still looks really high class, even though there's a mess in it. You can still tell, like, it still looks a million times better than a completely clean room in this circumstance. Yeah, and it takes so much time and energy away from you. Like, a lot of, like, being wealthy or being comfortable financially is about having, it removes so much labor from your basic day that you have no idea about.
Become badly worn over time. They only meet our family's basic daily needs. Everything looks almost like a slum, but my family simply can't afford to renovate or improve it. To get to the bedroom, I have to climb these stairs. The loft is only about 16 square meters, with two separate mattresses, one for me and one for my older brother. Even though we each have our own sleeping place, neither of us has any real privacy. It can sometimes be inconvenient, but we learn to accept it. The room has an old air conditioner and a window for fresh air. Outside is a roof above the bathroom, where the water tank and the outdoor unit of the air conditioner are installed.
I feel like if you
Above
stepped on
the
that, it would just fall
ceiling
through.
is a layer of insulation to reduce the heat during the summer. Even so, with the weather this hot, we can't sleep without turning on the air conditioner. There's also an opening in the ceiling that leads to the attic space. Whenever I turn on the air conditioner, I have to cover it so the cool air doesn't escape.
Phải nhìn lên trên chứ.
I will be cooking for my family. I'm very used to doing it, and my family prefer the food I cook. Cooking
Is that-
right in the living room
Is that shade? Who else would be cooking if she didn't cook? Who do they prefer it over? The brother?
like this is quite inconvenient. Some things may not seem very clean or hygienic. I keep all the cooking seasoning here so I can reach them quickly while preparing meals. My family usually eats simple meals that fit our budget. That's how we learn to live and adapt to what we have. My parents both have low-income jobs, and life is even more difficult because my father has a disability. The income is only enough to cover our most basic expenses. As a result, my older brother has become the main person supporting the family. He helps pay for our daily living expenses, outstanding debts, and even my university tuition. Because of our situation, I want to help ease that burden. That's why I always do my best to take care of myself and contribute however I can. Life is difficult, but when everyone in the family works together, it becomes a little easier. A meal for our entire family like this costs only about 50,000 Vietnam dong.
$2 a day.
My
for the
family
meal.
for spend only about 100,000 Vietnam dong a day on food. That amount isn't enough to buy high quality ingredients, but is enough to cover our basic daily needs. We accept what we have, adapt to our circumstances, and keep working hard every day in the hope of building a better future. That is what I always tell my family. Not being
wonder what
able
the soup
to
is.
communicate
I wonder what that is, because I think it's some sort of savory dish, but it just looks like Ribena squash. So I wonder what it is. But yeah, like, all of this is fascinating, and seeing, like, how most people have to live. The thing with, like, our current economic system is it's a giant pyramid scheme where most people have to live on some degree of poverty for the whole system to keep going as it should. I'm thinking beets. Yeah, that's a good guess. Yeah, sorry about the pause for it. I will pause
with
another
your
space.
own family is truly a great challenge. Although
Hang
my
on.
father cannot clearly understand what other people are saying, I know that he continues to work hard every day for our family. I hope that one day I will be able to do something so he can finally rest and enjoy life. My older brother is a kind and quiet person. Because of my father's disability, he had a difficult childhood. People around him often teased and bullied him because of our family's circumstances. Although he doesn't talk much, he carries much of the family responsibilities. I know how hard he has worked and how much he has sacrificed to support all of us, and I truly appreciate everything he has done. I was born 5 years after my father, so my childhood was more peaceful
Mày
than
phạt được
his.
hả?
I was still teased and bullied sometimes because of my family situation, but it wasn't as bad as what my brother went through. Maybe it was also because I was quite straightforward and didn't care too much about what other people said. I understand what my brother
Something in my eyes. What the funny thing is, listening to that whole story about, the dad being disabled, I was thinking, I wonder how many people go through that where if their parents are going through something, their kids get bullied at school. Because like my mom, all of my like the brief moments where I actually was able to go to school, a lot of the kids just sexualized my mom really weirdly. Like I'd have like 10 11-year-old boys going, "Is your mom single? Do you think your mom would date me?" These sorts of things about my mom. "Is your mom a witch?" These sorts of questions. But they didn't bully me because she didn't work or anything like that. I don't think anyone even asked. Yeah, and like I experienced really like extreme problems. Like I kept going to school in the same uniform that wasn't washed, because I only had one school uniform. So it was very, very difficult to wash it in time throughout the week. My mom wasn't really getting out of bed much and things like that. So people would be like, "Why is your shirt so dirty?" and things like this. But nobody would bully me about my parents. No one would even think to connect it with my parents whatsoever.
had to go through, and that's one of the reasons why I love my family so much. They are my biggest motivation to keep trying and work harder. I just hope my brother won't have to carry so much pressure anymore, and that he can live more happily while taking good care of himself and our family.
I think that's the whole tour. And like it really shifted my perspective. I feel like a lot of people need reminders not to take things for granted, and they use people in harder circumstances to feel better about themselves, but I don't know if that's the most ethical way to process things like this. Like I've heard people say that they like that there are disabled people because it reminds them to take their not take their body for granted and things like that. And I feel like to people who've been through circumstances like that, that feels a lot like pity. When you empathize with someone, it's when you feel with them, when you feel bad because they feel bad and you feel with them as a person, you recognize their struggles, right? But pity is when you're just glad you're not someone. And I feel like when you're in a position where you've been through things like that, you don't want to be pitied. You don't want to be used so that someone can like appreciate their bed more just because they're glad it's not your bed. You exactly. And so I know that there's going to be like a load of I've deliberately not read the comments because I'm like I strongly predict that there are going to be a lot of people who are pitying her struggle rather than empathizing with it. But for me, it really did serve as a reminder because I've experienced a lot of the things that she's describing about her living experience and her surroundings. And it's reminding me that I managed to build my way out of it. And that, it was reminding me where I was. And it's really making me track my progress and go, wow, I actually did productively do something about my situation. I did actually achieve something. I changed things. And I feel like because the change was so fucking gradual, devastatingly gradual, it's really hard to realize that anything changed at all. And that's devastating at the lower end when you're like in the worst of it and it's changing really gradually. Yeah. I was looked down on because of my parents' circumstances. Unfortunately, that's common. I feel like a lot of kids will bully other kids about anything. Like, if you have overweight parents or overweight family, you'll be bullied because someone you're related to has gained weight. Or like, yeah, or if your parents are gay, example, or if your parents are religious. or if your parents aren't religious. I don't think we should like live our lives according to how children will view you. I don't think that like people should, like people are saying like, oh, you shouldn't, you know, gay people shouldn't have kids because their kids will get bullied. And it's like every child on this earth is going to get bullied about something. You can't live your life not doing things in case a kid like decides to criticize it. Children will criticize everything. Yeah, it is very stupid reasoning. You just have to live your life, right? You're pretty, you have nothing to worry about. That reminds me, you know, you guys, I'm waiting to get my endo surgery. One of the surgeries that so it gets very little funding and research for women's issues, but one of the few times that endometriosis got study funding, they made a study that they had to retract because of the outrage, by the way, where they had women who had endometriosis line up and get assessed by a random guy who rated them on how attractive they were. Imagine going into a doctor's surgery or somewhere like that and looking for help because you're in extreme pain, and somebody is there to decide how attractive you are. And the study was to just, and what the study found was that on average, people with endometriosis are more attractive than people who don't, was their finding. So when we can put money into researching how to deal with this terrible illness, the first thing that a bunch of men thought to do with the funding was go, but how hot are they though? Very useful. I think the evolutionary theory that they're trying to posit here is, and this is for mental health issues, the same study has been done for mental health issues as well. The average attractiveness of people with, say, schizophrenia or specifically women with things like schizophrenia and delusional disorders and things like this, borderline personality disorder, stuff like that. And that what they're trying to assess in some of it is to speculate how these conditions manage to pass on, how we haven't evolved out of them, how they haven't been pushed out, because it is a disadvantage. You die sooner if you have these conditions. They make life more challenging and they make reproduction more challenging. So how do they keep continuing? And I think the theory is that like if you're more attractive, you are more likely to pass on negative genetic traits that would have disqualified you if you weren't attractive as well. So, like, if you have endometriosis and you're ill all the time, you would have to be very attractive genetically to have that gene or whatever, because nobody would stoop to having an ugly girlfriend with endometriosis or an ugly girlfriend with schizophrenia or whatever. So that's how it must continue, because you're attractive. A scientific study on why manic women are so hot. Yeah, exactly. It's sad but true. I mean, I don't know that it is actually true. I don't know that just because a few people subjectively found women with endometriosis attractive, that it necessarily means that we genetically are passing on endometriosis because we're attractive enough to have the debuff. Because for a start, like people's idea of what's attractive, like the same genetics that might make you attractive today might have made you ugly in the 1400s. Like a lot of the things that were the beauty standard back then are not attractive now. So the idea that the genetic traits that make us look the way we do right now would have enabled us to pass on endo don't make sense. Right? Because genetics don't change as rapidly as beauty standards. So that's my first question about that. She's a 10, but she has hip dips. Oh my god. Listen, I get the scientific curiosity, but Jesus, there are higher priorities. Yeah, I think that too. I do think that maybe the priority should be putting that funding and attention and resources into actually curing it, seeing as it's such a really difficult thing to deal with, rather than deciding how hot we are. But nice to know that scientifically they think that I'm more likely to be attractive. Thanks. But I would personally take a cure or some sort of treatment progress over that though. in a heartbeat. I think anyone would. Yeah, I mean, I've learned lots of crazy things about my body. Like, having learned that I have EDS, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Chat actually helped me to figure that out, by the way, because I think the first time I ever heard of it was in chat. Someone said, "I noticed the vein on your boob," and said, "A lot of people with EDS have translucent, soft skin, and you can see the veins through it. You might want to look into not endometriosis. You might want to look into EDS." I don't know if any of you remember that, but I distinctly remember being told this in chat like a few years ago. I think I remember that. Isn't that fucking wild? So someone was looking at my cleavage so hard, they actually did a better job of diagnosing me than any doctor in the past, like, entire lifetime of mine. I've been here 36 years, no one spotted it. But the guy staring at my tits on Twitch managed to see it. So thanks for that. Also, it's crazy the things that you can do, but I'm now being told, now since I've figured out that I have EDS, I found out that you can do a lot of crazy things with your body. And so when I've been telling people I have EDS, and they're like, "What is that?" I'm like, I immediately used to demonstrate and show them a bunch of things, but especially my aunt says that I should trigger warning people and ask permission before I randomly do that. Also, I randomly did it on stream in front of Annie Fuchsia, and I think she said the same thing, funnily enough. But if you are fine with bodies being weird, I guess you can keep looking. I think the most normal one I can think of is if you look back like this, does the back of your head touch your shoulders? Like, can you touch the back of your skull, like here, to your back when you look up? Because apparently a lot of people, when they look up, that's as far as they can go. They can just, you know, the back of their head cannot touch their back. No. Okay. So another test is, can your thumb touch your wrist? Can you do this? Just touch your wrist with your thumb. I'm getting crazier as we go, so like just know that it's not going to be too wild. Like when you bend your arm straight, can you see that mine is like a V? It's not like most people when they straighten their arm, it's like that's the straightest it can go. But this is as far as I can bend out my arm. Like it curves downwards. This is called hyperextension. So now this is going to be a little bit, if you're a bit weird with bodies. So like I can dislocate my thumb really easily. Dislocations are a sign, okay? So I can just pop my thumb out and twist it all the way around. And if you look closely here, you can see a little dimple here where it pops out of place. And I can just twist it all the way around and do this. So my thumb is upside down. But my trachea isn't connected to my neck. So, I can do this. Like, I can just slide it off the bone, my trachea. Trachea go. Yeah, exactly. What other things can I do? So, I guess I could just hyperextend everything. So my rib cage is like this, and when I was a kid, I used to do this. I used to put my hands like this and just push my shoulders forward, right? I won't do it now on purpose, but my rib cage would go. And I could feel my ribs, my inner ribs, pushing my insides. So I'm pretty sure if I pushed forward enough, I would do it, but I don't do it anymore. And what this means is so you can be hypermobile. It doesn't mean that you have EDS. You can be hypermobile without EDS, but being hypermobile is a big, strong sign that you have EDS. And what this means is your body isn't producing collagen properly. I have a lot of problems with my body. My body doesn't work. I do not have good genetics. And so when I say I don't want kids, people are like, but you have good genes. I get this. A lot of people argue with me. And what I mean by that is, but I find you attractive. I would want to pass on your genes because I like looking at them. But deep down, I am a mechanic's nightmare. Like, you know? Everything is broken underneath the hood. And what that means is that, like, if I hyperextend my joints, so every time I show you that throat thing and stuff and I dislocate my thumb, I'm stretching my collagen, but it doesn't repair properly. So overstretching over time can actually cause you permanent disability because the collagen doesn't spring back and reset properly over time. It just gets stretchier and weaker the more you stretch. And so your joints just get looser and looser over time. And that can cause chronic pain, dislocations, and all sorts of horrible problems. So what happens to people with EDS is they say they have joint pain. And then the doctor goes, go to a rheumatologist or whatever, and they will do stretches with you and massages and things to help you with your joint pain because they don't realize it's EDS. And what they do, or a chiropractor, people like this, and they stretch you and they hurt you without realizing. The treatment quite often makes it worse. So there are loads of people with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome who are in a full body brace, like a special elasticated brace that holds everything together. So like it grips their wrist into this. It holds their hand onto their arm, and it holds their elbow together, and it holds their knees together, and they have to just be wrapped up like a mummy to be able to move properly without agony. And like my knee just gives out and I just face plant the floor sometimes because my knee forgets how to knee because my joint stability is ass. And so like I have so much going on with me, not just the EDS, the MCAS, the endometriosis, the ADHD, the Tourette syndrome, the dyslexia, learning difficulties, all that sort of stuff. I've got a lot of daily challenges, the achalasia, all of it. I have so many medical problems going on with me. It's insane. And what we're learning recently is that quite often a lot of these health conditions go hand in hand because they all have to do with your immune system and your connective tissue, because you have connective tissue in the brain. So a lot of people with Ehlers-Danlos and MCAS have learning difficulties and ADHD and autism and things like this. There's like a cluster of diagnoses that really commonly overlap. A lot of people with Tourette's have ADHD. A lot of people with EDS have ADHD, you know? A lot of these are like cluster illnesses with a very similar source. My 20-year-old daughter has endometriosis for 4 years, and they say she's too young for surgery, yet give pain relief drugs, and also said coil fitted. So I haven't opted for the coil. They've also offered me like a contraceptive coil that is not like copper. It's got hormones in it. And one of the things that happened, like, this is a wig. I was losing my hair. I've been on minoxidil. It's been really helping, but I haven't got like all the way recovered my hair yet. And they didn't get to the bottom of why. We still don't know why. Another health condition on top of everything, right? And bitch. So it could be androgenic, and if it is, then the coil would have worsened it because the coil has an androgenic hormone that could worsen the hair loss, so I couldn't opt for that. They say that people who have the coil fitted, there's less likely that the lesions will return. But I do think it's worth getting a second opinion and doing some research about whether or not it's worth getting the endometriosis surgery sooner rather than later, even if she's 20, just because specifically, and this is so important, it gets worse the longer you leave it. So she could be risking having a much more severe surgery the longer that she leaves it. I don't know why being 20 would not be adult enough to get the surgery. I don't understand that. When it worsens with time, and there'll be more consequences the longer you leave it. So I think it's worth asking questions about that. I think it's worth doing research about it, and also fully understanding why youth would prevent you from getting the condition. Because it may well be that they're worried that if something goes wrong and it damages the womb, that she'll be rendered infertile. And if that's the case, they are, your kid may not have kids. Their quality of life is more important. They should fully understand why they're being refused. Just in case it's a a creepy old doctor prioritizing your future husband's choice to have kids over your health, because that happens incredibly often. It's so important you don't let a doctor do that to you and you get to make your own choices. Also, it may not threaten your reproductive health, but it might just be that they don't want to do it in case it threatens it. These sorts of things. So understand it fully in case you're getting screwed over horribly, because leaving it can be life-threatening and leaving it can be life-ruining. Oh my god. Yeah, my mom had endo and she had incredibly horrible migraines as well. Well, I hope she gets that solved. I bet getting surgery on your brain and spine is so much harder than other regions. But yeah, people are surprised that you can get endometriosis in your brain and spine. I've just looked up achalasia, thanks to you, and it might explain the issues I've been experiencing. I've been wondering what it could be. A specialist told me it wasn't possible to throw up undigested food many hours after eating, and I know it feels so real, but it's just anxiety. Thank you. Yes, Maya. Oh my God. Okay, this is so cool. This has happened like twice today. I'm so glad I opened up about my health issues. Maya, I've got experience with that. So it doesn't stop even if you get finally diagnosed, right? But if you're a woman, especially, people will try to ask you if it's all in your head constantly. But sometimes men get this too, where if they're regurgitating food hours after they're eating and it's undigested, people will accuse you of having an eating disorder and think that you're doing it on purpose, or that you can't swallow because of mental issues or mental hangups, and that some people will try to send you to fucking therapy over it, right? And the thing is, with achalasia, your nerves don't work and communicate properly in your esophagus anymore. So your LES, like the little release that drops it from your esophagus into your stomach, your throat's supposed to do this. And it's supposed to roll the food down, and when it gets to here, open the bottom, and then everything closes again, right? And that's the swallowing mechanism. So like this bit doesn't happen and the food just sits in your throat. The longer it sits in your throat, the more it stretches the tissue. So you end up with a mega E, which is an esophagus that can hold like a full meal's worth of food. It's really wide and long, and it just sits above your stomach. And you can end up really, really hungry no matter what you eat because it comes back up. Or you can end up drinking a glass of water and everything, and it forced down all the food, and you realize you've overeaten and you're suddenly really fucking full because you weren't feeling full before as you ate. But now, once it's finally weighed enough that it's gone all the way down into your esophagus and into your stomach, like you're like, oh my God, that was too much, right? It can happen with alcohol, it can be really dangerous. So it's worth looking into. And after I got diagnosed, they x-rayed me. They made me drink this like stuff that reflects x-rays really well. It was like a metallic milk, right? And I drank it and they did a video x-ray of me swallowing. And they said that I had a bird's beak at the bottom, which is like this little pinchy, like it created like a funnel shape with a point at the bottom inside my esophagus instead of going into my stomach. It like just sat like this above my stomach instead of going in, right? And they pointed that out to me. And then they put like this long sensor down the back of my nose, down the back of my throat, into my stomach and into my lower intestine. And it sat there all the way. Like, you know, when people like eat spaghetti and then they pull it back out through their nose? It was kind of like that. I had a piece of spaghetti coming out of my nose, and that spaghetti had sensors, pressure sensors all the way down, right? And what they did was they made me eat a little bit of biscuit with this thing in, and it sucked. It was so uncomfortable, right? And they made me drink a little bit of fluid, and they made me try to swallow. And the sensor shows a bar of when it receives pressure. And not only was the bottom of my throat not opening up, but my whole esophagus was just doing this and just clamping down on whatever I swallowed instead of doing this and pushing it down. And so it's holding everything in place. So with achalasia, They physically diagnosed it, and I went into a doctor and talked about those symptoms, and I said people with EDS, for example, have difficulty with swallowing. People with MCAS have difficulty with swallowing too. I do wonder if I was misdiagnosed with just achalasia, which is an unexplained condition, by the way. They don't know what causes achalasia, so it could be related to those things and the achalasia. To be honest with you, it might be I've just discovered the reason for achalasia. Who knows, right? But he said, "Are you sure that you have achalasia? It could be in your head. It could be a psychological issue. Were you ever diagnosed?" And I was like, "Yes. It's in the medical records right there on the screen. You opened my medical records before I came in to see you. Yes, it has been formally diagnosed." And he was like, "Oh, okay. How did they diagnose you though?" And I was like, "With an X-ray video and with a pressure sensor." And he was like, "Oh," and he looked really disappointed that he couldn't tell me it was all in my head. He genuinely looked shut down, and he moved the discussion on and had nothing further to say. So even if you do get diagnosed, there will be people who try to say that it is all in your head. There's still gonna be doctors who try it on with you, just so you know. And, like, I was listening to a Reddit post from a guy who said that when he was, like, 5 or 6 years old, he was eating some food and he got this sudden, very sharp pressure inside his throat, and it really hurt, and he didn't wanna eat anymore, and it ruined his day. He was at summer camp when it started, and he was really upset, and it really hurt. He told his parents, and his parents took him to the doctor. The doctors examined him and said there was nothing wrong and that it was all in his head, and made him go to therapy where he had to, like, let it go, all this emotional trauma and stuff. And it didn't help, and he always felt like he had a lump in his throat ever since. Then one day he coughed up something, and he picked it up and showed his parents much later, and they're like, "Oh, that's like a tonsil stone." He coughed up a tonsil stone, and he was like, "Oh, maybe I've come to the bottom of like why I feel like there's a lump in my throat whenever I eat, especially." And so he went to the doctor, and they said it's probably all in your head at first, and then he was like, "No, no," and he was really persistent. So they checked on his tonsils. And he ended up having his tonsils removed, and he thought that it would solve the issue, but it didn't. So he went back in again, and they kept suggesting therapy, and they kept telling him it was all in his head, and he was 35 or something. And he'd still had this lump in his throat, this pain when eating, this real issue, right? And he'd been told by the doctors that it was all in his head, all in his head, all in his head. And then he coughed up this little tiny bone one day, just dislodged and came out of his throat, and he's never had any pain again. And he showed a picture of the little tiny bone that he's been carrying around in his throat ever since he was a little kid. So yeah, for some reason, it's like a weird fetish for doctors to tell you shit is all in your head, and especially when it comes to swallowing for some reason, which is weird. So with achalasia, there are multiple treatments, but the one that they keep recommending to me is a door fundoplication and halasmyotomy with door fundoplication, which if this surgery with my endometriosis goes well, I may be getting the halasmyotomy next year. I've been having to put it off for decades though, so I might be too far gone to get it by the time I try. Because the success rate goes down exponentially the longer you leave it. But I'm really sick all of the time and can't swallow, and I've eaten on stream, and you've seen that I choke and that I struggle. And it's been progressively getting slowly worse and worse my whole life. But the thing is, nobody diagnosed me with anything, but it's been noted that I have difficulty swallowing food ever since I was a child under the age of 10. It's in my medical records. I requested all my medical records, and it's been there this whole time. And my parents never looked into it or really tried to diagnose it. The doctors never tried to diagnose it or anything. And it can get so severe that you end up needing organs removed. And your digestive system stops working. So there is a good chance that one day I will stop needing to eat, and I will just have a tube that goes straight into my stomach. If I don't get any kind of fix for this. And there are people who've died of it as well. There are people who get multiple surgeries and surgeries don't work over and over, so they just let themselves starve to death. There are also people it seals off and you die of dehydration. There are also secondary infections, and it also increases your risk of cancer in your throat. So I've been dealing with all of this my whole life. And people really want to think that I have, like, I've forgotten the name for the eating disorder where you make yourself vomit, but people have thought that I have that for a long time because I'll rush to the bathroom like a couple of times during eating to be sick. Bulimia, yeah. And it's really commonly misdiagnosed as bulimia as well. Have you had an endoscopy yet? I had an endoscopy in my throat, yeah, I did. It was horrible. And they gave me throat spray, and for some reason the throat spray just doesn't work. I don't know what that's about. So they give you a banana flavored throat spray for these things, and it's supposed to numb your throat so it's comfortable for the like endoscope to go down you, and it's not. And what happens is it doesn't really numb the throat or make it feel any less choky or gaggy for it to go down. It just adds this very stingy, acidic like feeling and a faint but artificial banana flavor to the whole traumatic experience. So 0 out of 10, would not recommend the throat numbing spray at the NHS. Like, if you're gonna have to go for an endoscopy in your throat, bring your own throat numbing spray. Go to like a sex shop or something. If I ever need to get it done again, because I'll probably need it reassessed before I can get the surgery, so I'm anticipating I might need another throat endoscopy, I'm going to a sex shop to get a throat spray for myself. A nice vegan throat spray with a better flavor, with good reviews, because the one that they use at the hospital is ass. And it's gonna be funny if I have to do that, because I just know that they're gonna be like, we're gonna use the throat spray, and I'm like, no need. I brought my own. And I'm just gonna have some to hand in my handbag, and I know that's gonna get me looks, and I don't give a shit. I don't give two fucks. So I brought this just for the occasion. You should really get this one. It's cherry flavor. It's much better, more refined. I don't know if they'd even let me, to be honest with you. I'll have to ask ahead. It's funny how men die sooner than women, but women are more likely to be diagnosed with conditions. Yeah, because women take their ass to the doctor. I bet men have just as many conditions. They don't know about it, though, because they just will not go to the fucking doctor. That's my grandpa, 100%. Yeah, I hear a lot of paramedic stuff saying specifically that they quite often immediately believe a man when he comes in and says that something's wrong, because it's very unlikely that he'd bring himself in the first place. And there are some guys who come in with just a note from their wife because they don't even know why they're there. Like, they'll come in and be like, I'm here. And they're like, okay, what did you come in for? And they were like, I don't know. It's like, well, why did you make the appointment? He's like, my wife made the appointment. And she wrote me this for you. And like, they'll have to just go off whatever the fuck the note says. How do you handle sedation for people with Tourette's? Just curious. The same way, like we do go unconscious just like everybody else. It's not like I have demons. It's not like my head's gonna rotate and I'm just gonna be shouting cock, 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 ass the minute you knock me out. Like, it's exactly the same. You knock me out with sedation, I am knocked out. It just means that we quite often need to be sedated for things unnecessarily that other people could be conscious for, like the dentist and stuff. Like, if they're gonna drill my teeth, I'm gonna have to be knocked out because I could, just tick and fuck everything up horribly. I hate going to the dentist so goddamn much. My mom was, she had a really nasty reaction to pain relief at the dentist. So she specifically requested that her dentist drill her tooth without anesthetic or any kind of pain relief. And he was like, I really don't want to do this. Are you sure you want to do this? And she was like, yes, it's the only way. And so he did it. And he was like, Zd. And like my mom was like, ah. And he was like, really? Are you sure? And he like drilled into her tooth and removed like a huge chunk of it and everything, and did all of this stuff to her jaw. And she just kind of sat up and went, thank you, and just walked away, just kind of pulling like a little bit of a squinty face after spitting out chunks of tooth. Jesus Christ, what a trooper. Yep. It was traumatic for everyone involved. I was just watching like, what the fuck? How long ago was this? Just a few years ago. That's mega impressive from her. Yeah, I mean, the sad thing about having a high pain tolerance, though, is that doctors take you a lot less seriously, so it caused her issues to be that much of a tank, sadly. My cousin with EDS says local anesthetic doesn't work on her. She metabolizes it too fast. Her recent surgery was a nightmare because the doctor didn't believe her. That's interesting. Well, I really hope that doesn't fuck me up. Thanks for sharing, though. Um, Make sure you tell your any doctor and Gesenia. Yeah, it's scary as well because like I had my EDS diagnosis done privately, and she was really reluctant to confirm my condition. When I met her in person, she was like, "I don't think it necessarily is EDS. Everyone thinks they have EDS." So I walked away thinking she hadn't diagnosed me. But then a few months later, when she wrote me a letter in regards to it, she said like she was reluctant to diagnose it, but by the middle of the letter, she was saying, yeah, it is EDS. And I was like, what the fuck? Because if I had a skim read, I wouldn't know I have the diagnosis yet. So I don't know if that's been added to my like all of my medical records. I don't know if that's actually fully listed. So maybe I should bring it up. But yeah, there's a lot wrong with me. I'm very, very happy to be this much of a successful disaster in that things you always want, like, I know I'm kind of lazy with my streams and I don't change things up very often and I turn up late, but just know that there's a lot working against me and I'm very, very proud of myself whenever I get to do this. Because everything is going like 10 million times well better than it should do. Because a lot of people who have this many cocktails of diagnoses are very much not they're very much unemployed and very much struggling in life and don't have a social life and don't have friends, don't do anything with their time. They just kind of mope and scroll. You're fixing step by step. Hopefully. Bitch, I really hope it's fixing. I really, really do. Like, that would be nice. That would be amazing. To be fair, every time you tell very traumatic life stories, I don't know how you lasted all of it. Well, I think animals kind of dragged me through it. I feel like having animals was what made everything worthwhile, worth struggling through. Like, there was always someone to get out of bed for. And I really enjoy doing it to a fault. Like, I was rushing to make sure I fed the birds and the badgers and the caterpillars and, you know, that all the treats were lined up and everything for the bunnies and everything. Like, I like, that was a big chunk of my day. It was like, "Oh god, I gotta get all that done." And that's all voluntary, I don't have to do any of that. I forget that completely. But yeah. And after this, I'm gonna go hang out with my snail. Like, that's my plan after the stream, by the way. I'm gonna put my snail on a lid, a nice smooth surface, and I'm gonna just give her like a little airplane and zoom her around the house a bit so she can look at everything. She likes to look at green things for some reason. She's really interested in everything green. And we're gonna go do that because she's probably very bored right now. And then I'm gonna give her a banana because it's her favorite and she hasn't had any in a while. And then I'm gonna go feed my worms. Fuck, I feed so many things. I think most of my life, I think I spend like my biggest amount of time every day feeding things. You'd think when it's this much of a struggle to take care of myself, that I wouldn't be loading on taking care of so many other things as well. You'd think that would be the same thing to do. I think my mom got me hooked on it though. I think it was like a big part of my mom who got me very interested in animals. Like at an early age. We used to rehabilitate animals together. We the local boys threw loads of stones at a nest in a tree, and all of the baby chicks fell down. And they weren't fledged and they weren't able to survive outside the nest yet. So we took them home and raised them all. And my mom, like, the little birds used to come and sit on her finger and stuff when I was a kid. And also, there was like this hedgehog family that we took in and raised and rehabilitated. And yeah, I stole a bunch of rabbits from the cattle market because they were chopping their heads off and preparing them for meat. When I was like 4, I would shove them in my coat and we would raise them at home. So I had a lot of bunnies. But yeah, I feel like from a young age, like, it was something that I fixated on quite a bit. And when you have a lot of free time because you're not being sent to school, I didn't have school and I didn't have friends, a lot of my social contact and a lot of the things I looked forward to in the morning were progress and, taking care of animals. A lot of what was rewarding, it gave me a sense of meaning because I wasn't getting tested at school or studying or anything. I needed a sense of, like, there is a point to this. And, like, when you rehabilitate an animal and they don't trust anyone and they scream whenever a human comes into the house and they go from that to absolutely adoring you and trusting you and like running all over you and stuff, like, that transition in every step along the way is incredibly rewarding, and it feels like there's a point to it and it feels like you're achieving something. So I feel like maybe like a lot of my sense of achievement and meaning and a lot of my goals and stuff were very animal focused when I was a kid, and so I've structured a lot of my motivation and a lot of my wanting to get out of bed in the morning and a lot of my like looking forward to things is centered around spending time with animals. And like, as I'm talking to you, I'm spending time with Pete. I'm stroking him with my foot the whole time we're talking. And like, I sit with him after the stream immediately because he's annoyed that I've been sat here ignoring him, even though I've been stroking him the whole time. And I will sit there and I will talk to him and I will look at him and I will lay down on the floor with him. He jumps on my back. Like, I'll sit there and hunch down and he will jump on my back for some reason. He likes doing that. So, like, I feel like animals are, like, a big central part of my existence, and I can swear at them, and they won't get offended. And I feel like that was so important to me because everyone else fucking hated me as a kid and did not understand what was going on. But the animals didn't care. So, of course, my life became very centered around animals. Of course, I'm going to be running to find more fucking ragwort later to feed my caterpillars. I've got a ragwort crisis because I don't have enough in my garden to sustain the population. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to find a friend to drive me around on a ragwort hunt. I've got a friend who wants to see me before my surgery, so maybe I can rope them in. We're going to go stargazing, because there's like a meteor shower that's going to start late July, but like, I will not be up and about at that time, so we're going to go see if we can catch any like starfall before then. And maybe I can just have him drive me around the countryside and we could look for ragwort. And I don't know how I'm going to work it out. Like, maybe I can put it in a vase and slowly trim it for the next few days, but what am I going to do after that? I'm so fucked. How do you handle your medical expenses? Do you spend a lot on medical every year? So in the UK, NHS is completely free, so you don't have to pay anything. You can literally go get an ambulance for free. You can go into the hospital, like, if you get a broken arm or anything, you don't have to pay them a penny. They will just fix you. The only thing is that there's a long waiting list and a lot of malpractice now because it's underfunded and it's falling apart. So I have started self-funding, so not on insurance, because pre-existing conditions aren't covered by insurance. So because a lot of this has been going on since before I got insurance. I can't use it for anything, right? So I had to pay a few £1,000s out of pocket for this surgery, and then they cancelled it, and then they billed me again. And so I paid 5 grand and they billed me for 6 grand. And I was like, excuse me, I already paid. And why is it £1,000 more now? And they're like, oh, okay. So they're going to honor what I paid originally and not charge me the extra. They said the price changed since you last got your surgery, but we won't charge you. So that's good. I was a bit nervous. I was like, oh fuck. As an American, I'm jealous of the government-sponsored healthcare you get. You'll be shocked how much an ambulance ride costs us. Well, to be honest with you, it's really scary at the moment because it used to be when I was a kid. I called the ambulance because my mom nearly died. She got a respiratory infection and she stopped breathing. And the paramedics came and they resuscitated her. So I remember like crying in the doorway while they like resuscitated her. It was a very frightening day. And I called them and it took them like 3 minutes. It was ridiculous how fast they arrived. But the average waiting time for an ambulance now is about an hour and a half. I had some removal men like last week help me move some stuff out of my mum's like storage unit, and the guy nearly died of a heart attack. And when he had to wait over an hour for his ambulance whilst he was having a heart attack. He told me about it because he was like, I used to drink like your mum was very fond of Monster, he said, because she packed a lot of her things in empty 4-pack Monster boxes. So she could tell you she drank it a lot because every other box he was moving was a Monster box, right? And he was like, I used to drink a lot of energy drinks. I used to drink Red Bull all the time. And then I had a heart attack. And I was like, oh no, I'm so glad you're still alive. How long did you have to wait for the ambulance? And he was like, over an hour. It was really scary. I nearly died. And I expected that answer because we're underfunded, there are not enough ambulances to cover the area at all. And people are dying because of it. There was a little old lady who fell down the stairs and she was waiting 8 hours with broken limbs at the bottom of her stairs for an ambulance to come. 8 hours. So in the free healthcare is actually really scary right now in the UK because if something were to happen to me, it's not certain. Like if I lacerated an artery or something and I was bleeding out, there is no way I would get healthcare soon enough unless I drove myself to the hospital. But I can't drive. So that's especially scary for me. And a lot of people are dying in taxis because of this. So I've been talking to taxi drivers about it, and they're like, yeah, it's been really scary driving people in a rush to the hospital because they're being told that if they can take themselves to the hospital, they're more likely to live. And so people are bleeding all over my car. There was a lady who was giving birth in my car, and I was really upset because, you know, I can't work if she ruins my car, these sorts of things. A lot of these taxi drivers were really selfish. They were more concerned about themselves than they were the dying people in their fucking taxis when they described their instances with this. But I don't actually know any private ambulances. I don't think that private ambulances are an option. If they are, they're not presented. Nobody knows how to access one. I don't know if they exist, right? It's not a known thing. If it even exists, I don't think it exists, but it's not really a known thing. So you say that like you have to pay for your ambulance, but like in our situation, we don't have to pay for an ambulance. But the fact that, you know, the free ones could kill us because they're so damn slow. And then if you do get in an ambulance, my mom, when she was dying of cancer, she got rushed to the hospital when she was having severe symptoms. And she had to wait ages for the ambulance to come. And then the ambulance pulled up outside of the hospital and it was in a fucking queue to come into the hospital. So they were in the car park just waiting for like 3 or 4 hours, I think it was. Might have been 5. But that was before being unloaded to get treatment. That wasn't even waiting to get treatment. That was waiting to pull up outside the hospital. So there are these massive, massive queues. So even if you had health insurance, there wouldn't be a private emergency ambulance that would take you. There would be no point in paying to get around that. You couldn't pay to get around that. So what was the problem then? As in, why did that happen? So first of all, there are very few ambulances. So they're covering areas of thousands of people with just 1 or 2 ambulances available in some instances, right? So they might have like 20 ambulances to an entire city or something, and, you know, they're being spread across like thousands of calls. So it can take them hours to get to you. Then when they get to you, there are so few nurses and doctors and beds available that you're waiting for a bed to be free in the ambulance. So the ambulance is stuck, unable to go out to any more calls because it's in a queue of ambulances parked outside, and they're slowly, one by one, rolling to the entrance of the hospital to unload you as beds become free. So that may take 5-10 hours. And then you're in the hospital, and the wait for treatment can be another 15-20 hours. So it's really, 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 really dangerous. Like, when my friend got COVID and it nearly killed him, he was on the floor, unable to breathe, like, he was on the floor in front of the toilets, unable to breathe, waiting for a bed, because they didn't have a seat for him, and they didn't have a bed for him, so he had to wait for a bed, lying on the floor, trying not to suffocate. And he ended up with long COVID. He didn't recover for, like, a year or 2, and he nearly died in the hospital. Even when they did treat him, he still nearly died. And so a big part of the trauma was not even having a bed, just having to be on the dirty floor outside the fucking hospital loos, waiting to be seen while dying. So you could be jealous of our healthcare, and people do get treated. And I know people who've like had things like leukemia and stuff who've been treated, and they were seen really well, and they had a really good experience, and, you know, it's added another 20 years of their life so far and things like this. So it's like a really valuable service, and we're really proud of it in the UK, and it's like really important to us. But at the same time, it's so broken, and a lot of people are really suffering and dying needlessly. And at the moment, like, lawsuits are costing the NHS more money than a lot of its operations, apparently, because so many people are dying of malpractice or being let down in really ridiculous ways. So it's buckling. It's falling apart. I bet you've seen some dog shit, AFC. I'm so sorry. That's crazy. What is it falling apart because of? So it's being defunded. So we have like right-wing and left-wing politics, and the right-wing politics want to privatize our NHS and privatize our healthcare. And so they're trying to crumble, and like they sell off bits of the NHS, our free healthcare, in segments and have it operated by private companies. So they've been gradually defunding it and collapsing it so that it becomes they're selling it off to their rich mates, essentially. The right-wing politics are heavily influenced by companies who have a vested interest. So there's lots of scandals with it, like during COVID, lots of people needed PPE. They needed protective gear to protect them from catching COVID. And our government at the time made a secret deal with one of our leaders' mates, essentially, an underhanded deal, to make sure that that contract was handled by someone who wasn't qualified to do it, but just wanted the money. Because there was suddenly a huge demand for this product. They were like, I will sell them the product. And he was like, okay, we will make the NHS deal with that company. And they did really shit PPE, not enough PPE. They took all the money, did a terrible job. Loads of nurses died, right? And so there are loads of incidents like that where, like, they want a system like in America where you have to be able to afford to survive illness, and people who get cancer go bankrupt. Whereas if you get cancer here in the UK, it's completely free treatment. You don't have to have insurance or anything. So these are the things that they wanted to do, the Tories, and it's why they got voted out. One of the big reasons was because they were collapsing our NHS very deliberately and selling off bits of it in specific ways, and people had a huge problem with it. We're like, we're going to lose the NHS if we keep you in government. We don't want you and your aspirations for the NHS. So yeah, like, people are trying to protect it with their vote, but it's not really working. And it's not getting fixed very easily. I mean, the new people we have in government, people fucking hate Keir Starmer, but he made it so recently so that women who have been dismissed because they weren't believed for medical conditions because they're a woman, will now be able to punish the doctors, and there is consequences for the entire hospital or GP service that they're using if women report being told it's all in their head until they die of a heart attack and things like that, which wasn't in place before. Like, medical misogyny was killing loads of women. It still is. So women with heart attacks are being told it's anxiety. Women with stomach pain are being told it's probably your period, go home. Women who've broken bones are being told you're probably pregnant and being sent home with broken bones. And so it used to be that would just happen to you and there was nothing you could do about it. But they're changing that now, so you can do something real about it. So little changes like that are happening, but not enough to save our NHS. So people who are jealous that we have free healthcare just know that it has its own set of problems and we're still dying unnecessarily of very curable conditions. But I hope that answers all of your questions. I am gonna go though. Like I said, I have I have a snail to go and give a house tour to, so I'm gonna go do that now. But thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm gonna miss these streams so bad. So I'm really glad that we got to hang out, and thank you so much for gifting all the treats for the bunnies on Burn. I really, really appreciate it. I appreciate it so fucking much. And I hope you learned some things. I hope we talked about stuff that you enjoyed, even if it was very dark and crazy. But yeah, I will see you again very, very soon. I'll see you on Saturday for the last stream. Apparently the bunnies are being cute, so I should look at them before I go. Oh, they are being cute. They're being fucking adorable. Can you see them snuggling together in the corner there? I love them so much. Oh! Oh! They love each other. Why did they pick now to love each other? That must be so hot and stifling. Funny how they don't want to touch each other in winter, but by summer they're cuddly. Bitch! Yeah, so not tomorrow, Saturday is gonna be the next time I stream. It's gonna be the last time I stream for a while. I'm gonna miss you guys so much. I'm tempted to do an extra long stream. I'm thinking about starting earlier just to hang out with you a bit longer, seeing as I'm not gonna be able to see you for ages. Yeah. Oh, and if you're watching this on YouTube, I'm only gonna be available on Twitch on Saturday. I can't stream to YouTube because we'll be watching videos, and YouTube's copyright is weird on reacting to videos. So you'll have to just catch me on Twitch if you want to catch me on Saturday. And then you just won't be able to see me for like between 2 weeks and a month. If everything goes well, it will only be 2 weeks to a month until I'm back. But I had lots of fun. Thank you so much for the questions and for the chat and for spending some of your day with me. Good night.